Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, good. Great.
Please take their seats. Good morning, and welcome to the National Network for Safe Communities' second National Conference. My name is Kevin Chu. Throughout today and tomorrow, you will attend a number of plenaries and panels highlighting some of the many exciting ways the National Network and its partners are working to make America safer while reducing incarceration and improving trust between law enforcement and the communities it serves. Before we begin, we want to provide you with information to make your visit as seamless as possible. If at any point you have a question or request, please come to me or anyone else from our team. National Network staff members are wearing blue name badges. For security and ease of accessibility, please keep your name badges on you at all times. You will need your name badge in order to exit and re-enter the building. The John Jay Wi-Fi information has been provided to you in your folders. Our hashtag, as you can see, is hashtag NNSC2015. Just to acquaint you with this building, we are in John Jay's new building. We are currently on the L floor. The panel sessions are located on this floor, the 6th floor, and the 9th floor, all accessed through the elevator. Tonight's reception will be at the Student Dining Hall and Jaywalk on the 2nd floor of this building. National Network staff will be posted throughout the building to assist. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming President Jeremy Travis of John Jay College of Criminal Justice.
Thank you, Kevin, and good morning to all of you. I can't tell you how energizing it is to look out and see this audience of friends and colleagues from around the country who are gathered here for important purpose, and to know furthermore that there are hundreds, who knows how many, who are watching us through our live stream of this conference. It's very, very exciting and energizing and deeply gratifying to know that you're here and that you've come here to do some important work. I welcome you on behalf of my colleagues in the National Network for Safe Communities, the students, the faculty, staff here at John Jay, and our nearly 60,000 alumni around the world who are doing important work on behalf of safe communities. So we're really thrilled, and I think more importantly honored, that you have chosen to come to John Jay for these 2 days of hard work and celebration. Just to look forward to our time together, I think we should expect to do some hard work, because the work that you are doing requires tackling some of the most challenging issues of our time. Rates of violence in our country are, in many places, far too high. Relations between police and public, and particularly communities of color, are too often marked by tension and distrust. We face a reflexive response to crime that too often involves sending someone to prison. And we live in a public mood that demands results and is unforgiving of error. But this is also a time of celebration, and I hope you feel the celebration over the next 2 days, because you and others who work with you have been leaders in thought, leaders in action, who have been showing our country the way forward, with powerful new ideas, with research to support your innovation, and results on the ground that are simply stunning. The National Network for Safe Communities, created a bit more than 5 years ago, is intended to leverage your energy and your commitment into a national movement. So you are making that dream a reality. I think it's only appropriate that we recognize we also come together at a time in our country and in our country's history when your work is of paramount importance. In too many communities, rates of violence are at frighteningly high levels, and too many people, young people, are being buried. After 2 decades of declining crime rates, with all the benefits that come from a sense of security and community well-being, the public is now concerned that crime might be on the rise, and in some cities that is demonstrably true. The past year has brought into our living rooms and into our communities the harsh reality of the death of too many, mostly African-American men, at the hands of police officers, and thousands of people have taken to the streets marching under the banner of Black Lives Matter. At the same time, the heavy footprint of mass incarceration, the result of our harsh punishment policies, casts a shadow over our democracy and threatens our aspirations for racial justice. The brave men and brave women who serve as law enforcement officers risk their lives and tragically sometimes lose their lives, carrying out their mission on our behalf to serve and to protect. And hovering over all of these realities is the stark reality of America's unfinished business. Yesterday's church service in the Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, the iconic church of Denmark Vesey, that stands as a testimonial to the struggle of people of African descent, a church service in memory of 9 souls lost to racist gun violence, underscores the importance of the continuing struggle for racial justice and the need for racial reconciliation. Yet in the midst of these struggles, you, the National Network for Safe Communities, people doing work all around the country, you have decided to take on the issues of violence, of drug markets. You've decided to address the challenge of mass incarceration. You've decided to promote new understandings between police and public, police and young people, police and victims of crime, police in the LGBT community, police and communities of color. Your work, the work that's represented at this conference here today, gives all of us, at this time when there might be reasons for despair, gives all of us reasons instead for optimism. So it is my fervent hope that as you leave this conference, you leave with new ideas, newfound friends and colleagues, new understandings of the challenges we face, and most of all, I hope that you find ways to spread the word about the good work that you are all doing, and that you provide new pathways to safety, new avenues to justice for communities around the country. So I welcome all of you. That was the applause line. There we go. So now it is my honor to welcome as our first speaker, appropriately enough, New York City's Police Commissioner to deliver opening remarks. We have come to know Bill Bratton over decades, actually. He's a central figure in our world. He's a transformative leader of law enforcement, somebody who has put the professionalism of policing front and center of the national debates of our time. And I recall personally, a bit over 20 years ago when Bill Bratton came to New York City, and I had the honor of working for him. He came at a time when we were facing rising homicide rates, a time of deep concern about the well-being of our communities and young people, a time where I think it's not a stretch to say it was a time of crisis. And he came and launched what he called in a book that he wrote, a turnaround that changed New York, changed the city that I love, changed the city that is the center of commerce and well-being in New York, in America. And he promoted in American policing a new sense of purpose, a new direction, a concern about public safety, a concern about communities, and an adherence to the principles of community policing. He was here too short a time and left, went on to other things, and then moved to the other coast, to LA, where he was the chief of the LAPD and brought about the full transformation that is his gift to that city. Lower crime rates, better understandings between police and communities of color, a sense of civic vitality and common purpose. And now he's back, we're happy to say, back in New York City, when the city again needs his calm, his determination, his sense of professionalism and integrity, the Bill Bratton style of leadership. But it's important for people here to note that Commissioner Bratton has, for over 2 decades actually, been a promoter of the work that we now embrace at the National Network. David Kennedy and Bill Bratton both tell the story of their first meeting in 1993, I think it was, when David was starting his work at Harvard, working with the police department and community leaders and the U.S. Attorney, Donald Stern, and had this idea that is now so central to our work. Bill didn't stay in Boston long enough to put that idea into action, but Boston did, David did, and the rest is history. Then in LA, Chief Bratton had an opportunity to embrace this work as part of his crime reduction strategy to great effect. And now he comes back to New York. And after years where David and I were knocking on the door of the NYPD, we're finally embraced by a leader who wants these ideas to be part of his crime strategies in this city. So there was born New York City Ceasefire. We're delighted to welcome to this conference, to this college, at this time, somebody who is really transformative leader in policing and a strong proponent of the work that you are doing, Police Commissioner William Bratton.
After an introduction like that, I think I'm just going to say hello and goodbye. Quit while I'm ahead. Jeremy, thank you so much for that very gracious introduction. I did have the good fortune in 1994 as the newly appointed police commissioner to have the opportunity to serve with Jeremy, who was the deputy commissioner for legal matters for about 6 months before moving on to other assignments, including eventually head of the National Institute of Justice, where he did yeoman's work during the Clinton years in advancing the profession of policing and the issues of criminal justice. And he has done wonders with this great school, John Jay. He referenced the 60,000 alumni. I'm pleased that thousands of them are and have been members of the New York City Police Department. It is one of the premier public institutions of learning in the city, and one that we seek to collaborate with and create new alliances with. And particularly, a hallmark of those alliances is this initiative that you are all engaged in. I welcome you all to New York. It is an incredible city. It is going through an incredible renaissance. And I hope that you have the opportunity during your time here to actually get out and see some of it, particularly here along the west side of the city. You don't have to go too far down the West Side Highway to see the resurgence that we are going through. The Hudson Yards, move a little farther down, Battery Park, and certainly down by the 9/11 Memorial and the World Trade Center revitalization. It's an incredible city and one that welcomes you, along with 56 million other people a year who come to visit here. But let's talk about why we're here. You've come to this city at a propitious moment in our history. The topics of your conference: the idea that we must strengthen the bond between the police and the communities they serve, the idea that we can have a safer and fairer city everywhere for everyone, the idea that achieving it is a shared responsibility, a common cause between communities and the criminal justice system. These topics are as of the moment as anything can be. The crisis that policing and law enforcement and the courts and the prisons and America, really, the crisis we face is the most serious I have seen in my 45-year career, and rivals and maybe in some extent exceeds the crises of the late 60s and 1970s when we were going through a similar period. In its center stage now because of last summer's and last fall's events, specifically police-involved incidents during which black citizens died in Staten Island, Ferguson, Dayton, and many other places, as well as the protests and the unrest that followed, and the murders of police officers here in New York City and elsewhere in America. These events precipitated the crises, but they're not the crises itself. The crisis isn't systemic police brutality, which is fortunately no longer part of our profession. And the crisis isn't racist police terror, as a protester's sign recently proclaimed here in New York. No, the crisis is about an abiding unfairness, a durable dissatisfaction. It's about a great divide between police and some of the community in our most troubled, vulnerable neighborhoods. Neighborhoods where poverty bites deepest, where jobs are most scarce, where schools are most challenged. In my city, those neighborhoods are largely neighborhoods of color. Probably that's the case in most of your cities also, although it's not the case everywhere. Because disadvantage has many shades and crime comes in many hues. We belong to a noble profession, and this country's freedoms, freedom of speech, freedom of worship, freedom from fear, rest upon the public safety that we provide. The best parts of America's history would have been impossible without the fair application of law and order, but some of the worst parts of our history, and particularly black history, would have been impossible without a perverted, oppressive law and order too. And it doesn't matter that a lot of the worst parts, worst parts happened before many of us were even born, although segregation and Jim Crow laws survived into the 1960s, and that was only 50 years ago. What matters is that our history follows us like a second shadow, one that we can't shake. We can never underestimate the impact these had, the hate and the injustice and the lost opportunities for all of us. In his book, Don't Shoot, David Kennedy called it the mirror image catastrophe. It's the pernicious racial mistrust between community and cop. But where does this leave us? The police, the prosecutors, the people who practice public safety, who proudly practice it. Because law and order should never be the tool of oppression, and certainly not today. And while unfairness and inequality persist, we, as police, face a truth that some others would rather deny. We speak the truth about the world we experience. In our most vulnerable communities, the vulnerable are often victimized by their own. In New York City, where half of our citizens are black and Hispanic, we are a minority-majority city and growing more so all the time. Blacks and Hispanics commit 95% of our shootings, and blacks and Hispanics are 96% of the shooting victims. This disparity exists across all violent crime, although it is not quite as stark as with the shootings. And yet again, where does this leave us? We cannot forget what is behind us, nor the legacy still with us, but we cannot ignore the duty laid before us. And that duty, the purpose of this conference, is to make it right. That duty is to achieve a true public safety, one in which both security and the community are equally emphasized. One in which the well-being of our neighborhoods, our cities, and our country belongs to the police and the public, a common purpose. Because public safety and police legitimacy is a shared responsibility. That is the very essence of our democracy. The fact that we're safer today is indisputable. This city's crime rate declined since 1990 is well known, referenced by Jeremy in his remarks. An 80% decrease in overall major crime, with murders falling from 2,245 in 1990 to 333 last year, the lowest in 6 decades. During the same 25-year span, the city's population has grown by 1.1 million people. Tourist visits nearly doubled. 56 million a year come to the city. At the same time, crime, burglaries and robberies are down 86% and 83% since 1990, and both also saw modern lows in 2014. Robbery, excuse me, robbery, that bellwether crime, particularly, dropped an astounding 13% from 2013 to 2014 to the lowest level ever recorded in the city. And overall, major crime is down again so far this year. And one of the benefits of that lower crime, apart from certainly the lower number of victims, is the smaller number of people committing those crimes and the smaller number of people who are incarcerated as a result. Because each crime we prevent, we save 2 lives, that of the victim and that of the person who would commit that crime. The state prison population in this city is down, in this state is down by 25%. In Rikers Island, our city jail, the decrease is almost 40%. But safety, public safety, without public approval isn't public safety. Sir Robert Peel, my personal hero, told us almost 200 years ago that the police are the public and the public are the police, meaning that police officers come from the public, and that the police depend on public approval. On that score, our surveys tell us that overall, we're doing pretty well. A Quinnipiac poll, a local college, in May showed 50% of New Yorkers approve of how the police are doing their job. Our Congress would kill for an approval rating like that. I think they're around 14%, if they're even that high. But after all, that's a pretty low bar. But it's not enough, particularly because when you break those poll numbers down by race or neighborhood, what we see is far less rosy. We don't need to bridge the great divide between the police and the community. We need to, once and for all, close it. But how do we do that? There is no one path. There are many being tried by police leaders and criminal justice leaders throughout the profession, throughout our country, as evidenced by the conference that you're attending today. The idea is sharing what works, what hasn't worked, what can we create that's new. In any event, it requires what you're here for today, to partner, to collaborate. And all these paths require that, as the President said when he appointed Lynch as our new Attorney General last week, a presentation, a ceremony I was pleased to be able to attend, the President said, they all require that we use the law as our map and justice as our compass. I love that phrase, the law as our map and justice as our compass. And they all require work, because none of this will be easy. This crisis we're in didn't happen overnight, and it didn't happen last summer, and it's not going to be fixed by wishing. But as one of my predecessors, former Police Commissioner Theodore Roosevelt, who went on to become president, once said, I have never in my life envied a human being who led an easy life. I have envied a great many people who led difficult lives and led them well. Our challenge is to lead our lives well. Our challenge, our opportunity, our shared responsibility, our common cause is to close the gap once and for all, to see each other, to really see and understand each other for the first time. So there are many paths, and many of you have ideas that you will share during this conference. I'd like to tell you about some of the ways the NYPD is doing this at this time. Ceasefire is one of those paths, and that's why we're using it here in New York, and that's why I used it in LA, and that's why I began the approval process for its use in Boston many years ago. I'm proud to say that I've been a supporter of the model since a much younger David Kennedy. His hair was just a little shorter then. Wasn't quite a crew cut, but a little shorter. A much younger David Kennedy showed up in my office in Boston. I was the newly appointed police commissioner in 1993, shortly before I left that position to become police commissioner here in New York City. And he had an idea. I liked the idea, but I left before it could be put into place. But I like to believe I planted the seed in the introduction to my successor, Paul Evans, and the rest, as Jeremy Travis says, was history. The incredible successes in Boston, that miracle summer where violence began to go down so dramatically. Most of you in this room certainly know the model, and our New York ceasefire is no different. Together with a wide range of partners, such as the Brooklyn DA, the U.S. Attorney, the ATF, probation and parole, corrections, and social service providers and other community members. Sound familiar? Because it's the same model that we use throughout the country. We hold meetings or call-ins with members of the groups who commit the bulk of the violence in our vulnerable communities, and then we follow the steps. 1, focus on the groups not individuals within the crews, as we call them, the gangs here in New York. 2, use the call-ins to promise you'll hold them accountable for what they've been doing, but let them know you're giving them a chance to change first. 3, make an extreme example of the first group that breaks the pact, as you promised. And 4, support the ones who abide by the pact, because you have to keep that part of the promise also. Hearing that from us and from the wide range of government and community partners at the call-ins is what makes ceasefire different, and is what makes it so frequently so successful. It's worked across the country, and we're confident that it will work here also. But we're also working on other things. Many of them coalesce around what we at the NYPD have come to call the 5 T's: trust, training, technology, terrorism, and tackling crime. At the front desk where you checked in, there's some materials that I encourage that you pick up. One is a brochure explaining the 5 T's, which are the foundation of a plan of action that's been 18 months in the making that will be released later this week here in New York. And the other is the 9 principles of Sir Robert Peel, my Bible. The words of Sir Robert Peel, 1829, and his colleagues are more pertinent today than they were then, and I encourage that you read them. The purpose of our 5 T's is ensuring that we get both halves of public safety right. And that's why the first T is trust, and the importance of police legitimacy and procedural justice. It's the one we have to have, and it's the one the others lead to. NYC ceasefire is a part of establishing trust. So are programs like Project Reset, excuse me, which allows younger, nonviolent misdemeanor offenders to be diverted to community justice centers rather than appearing before a judge. Another big component has been changing the way we use certain of our tools. Reasonable suspicion stops, or Terry versus Ohio, stop, question, and frisk, are an integral, lawful part of policing, but this department was using this tool too often. And at the scale at which it was used, it ceased to have the effect it was meant to have, and instead actively undermined our relationship with our minority communities. It effectively eroded police legitimacy. My predecessor, Commissioner Ray Kelly, like me, evidently saw this. During his administration, from a high of nearly 700,000 in 2011, reasonable suspicion stops decreased 22% in 2012, and they decreased overall 72% from 2011 to 2013. During 2014, my and my mayor de Blasio's first year, reasonable suspicion stops were now 93% from their 2011 high. I would point out that crime has gone down every year. We still use the tool. It's indispensable to policing, but we use it in a more focused and impactful way. The rate of arrest has more than doubled from 5.9% in 2011 to 14.5% last year. Crime has gone down, stops have gone down, but the fewer stops we do, obviously the reasonable suspicion was balanced by the larger number of arrests that we're making. This decline in stops, combined with declines in summonses and misdemeanor arrests, has led to something that I have called the peace dividend. Last year, when compared to their respective recent highs, there were fewer than 800,000 summonses, arrests, and stops in New York City. 800,000 fewer. Now, that doesn't automatically mean 800,000 fewer contacts. It means 800,000 fewer instances in which enforcement was the outcome. Cops are still interacting with people in this great city. They must. But they're learning that there are alternatives to enforcement that can create equivalent changes in behavior. And isn't that what we're all about? To control behavior to such an extent that we change it, but that we do it constitutionally. We cannot break the law to enforce it. That we do it compassionately. That we do it respectfully. Complaints, I would point out also against police during this period of time to our CCRB, our Civilian Complaint Review Board, are down dramatically after years of steady increase. We know we cannot arrest our way out of our crime control challenges. It's something I've been saying for years. The future should not and cannot and will not be in handcuffs. If a warning works as well as a summons in preventing disorder, we want our officers to use the warning. In dealing with broken windows or quality of life enforcement, and make no mistake, I still believe in and adhere strongly to broken windows, and so does my mayor, and so do the people of the city, according to the most recent Quinnipiac poll. The key to broken windows is stopping low-level disorder and petty crime before they can metastasize into more serious crime. In the 1970s and the 1980s, we stopped policing minor crime in the city, and indeed many cities around the country. We neglected the first of Sir Robert Peel's 9 tenets. Number 1, the basic mission for which the police exists is to prevent crime and disorder. We de-emphasized the prevention and focused on response, and we totally neglected dealing with disorder. And we all saw the results of what happened in America in the 1970s and 1980s. You sweat the small stuff before it becomes the big stuff. But arrests and summonses aren't the only answer. Broken windows is not zero-tolerance policing, and it never was. It focuses on behavior and is based on probable cause, not reasonable suspicion, the bases of stop, question, and frisk. Addressing conditions, but doesn't automatically mean an enforcement action. Sometimes, as I've referenced, a mere admonition or warning will suffice to change the behavior. But in order for our officers to exercise this kind of discretion, we have to train them. This brings us to our second T of the 5 T's, training. In training, we're simultaneously going back to basics and breaking new ground. For many years, excuse me again, for many years, rookie officers in this department were assigned immediately upon graduation from the academy to high crime operation impact zones right after their graduation. Our newest cops, usually 12 of them, under the tutelage of one sergeant, 12 cops scattered over many blocks, like trying to herd cats. Our newest cops learned the enforcement aspects of policing at the expense of the community-oriented aspects. To fix this, and to fix the beginning of the great gap, we've established a full-scale field training program for our newest officers. We team them up now with partner officers, specially selected senior officers who act as partners, coaches, and mentors. I want our newest cops during their first 6 months to be out there with our best, so they can learn the job the right way, to do the job, and lay foundations for the next 20 years. My passionate belief in this is based on my 7 years of experience at the LAPD, which does a great job with the training of new personnel. A new kid in the LAPD doesn't work by himself or herself for their first year and a half. I think back to my time in Boston, 1970. Literally within 7 weeks of being appointed to the Boston Police Department, I was out in the street in my blue uniform with my 6-shot revolver and my badge that read patrolman, policing the streets of Boston. And I know based on my experience how inadequate that training was and how it did not prepare me for all that I had to face. So based on my own experiences and my own lack of training and how it almost cost me significant issues in my early career, I am emphatic about properly training our young people to do the extraordinary complex jobs that we give to them. These partner officers I referenced also work with hundreds of volunteer community partners who volunteer to introduce new officers to their neighborhoods. For the first time, we're training veteran officers too, giving them 3 days of intensive training each year in managing street encounters, diffusing situations, and safely resolving the ones that can't be diffused while updating them on changes in the law that are so appropriate to the work they do. And in conjunction with a federal monitor, we're also giving new training on reasonable suspicion, the stop, question, and frisk issue, so that invaluable tool can be used as it's meant to be used. We're supporting our officers, rookies, and veterans alike with new technology, the third T, the next of the 5 Ts. Within the next several weeks, the CompStat process that was implemented 20 years ago during my first tenure, its first major change in 20 years will occur within the next several weeks. It's being totally computerized. Instead of having a 4-inch book of statistics each week that form the bases of the crime reduction efforts, it will now be totally computerized, reflective of the advances in technology. We're also, like many of you, piloting body cameras and have more than 50 officers currently testing them in the field. Although there are challenges associated with the cameras, such as the huge costs, privacy, and policy issues, Ultimately, I envision to be as ubiquitous as our two-way radios. Another technology initiative, the fourth, one that is an integral part of the 5 Ts, is the mobile digital program. Smartphones are being given to nearly every officer, and tablets are being installed in nearly every patrol car. Custom-designed smartphones that are unlike anything that American policing has seen. Additionally, every one of my police cars is now equipped with GPS. In a few short months, that we'll turn that system on that will allow us to identify where every one of our vehicles is at all times. Their deployment draws a democratization of data across the entire department. Patrol officers in the field will be able to use automated translation services, access universal search capabilities, complete NYPD forms, and even take fingerprints without ever having to return to the precinct station house. And by linking mobile digital to our domain awareness system, the system that was built by my predecessor, Ray Kelly, after the tragedy of 9/11, that includes license plate readers, 8,000 CCTV cameras, over 1,000 radiation detection devices, we make every cop a partner in the fight against terror. With regard to terrorism, our 4th T, the threat has changed dramatically in the past year. Organized attacks like the one in Paris remain part of the threat picture, but now there is also the lone wolf model of ICEs. In this city, in just the last several weeks, working with our partners in the federal government, we have made a number of arrests of New Yorkers who were inspired through the internet, through Twitter, by ICEs to commit terrorist acts in this country. Fortunately, with our very aggressive counterterrorism posture, we were able to arrest them before they could affect some of the threats that they were attempting to carry out. To address this new, more complicated reality, the NYPD is changing our Critical Response Command, or CRC. Every day I bring hundreds of officers into Manhattan from around the city, taking them from patrol around the surrounding precincts to help police events, demonstrations, and potential terrorist locations in the city. Instead of drawing those hundreds of officers from patrol precincts each day and depleting local resources, the CRC will now be staffed with almost 400 officers full-time, equipped and trained to counter active shooters and other types of potential terrorist attack. And by leaving patrol cops on patrol, that's an augmentation of our final T, tackling crime, the basic mission for which we exist. This part hinges on a new neighborhood policing model that represents the culmination of my nearly 50 years in policing. It will be more fully discussed in our forthcoming plan of action, which will be released later this week. A regular refrain in the conversation about bridging the divide between police and the community is that, despite training on new technologies, nothing will change until the police culture changes. Community policing has long been held up as the way to do that, but until now, we've never been able to really operationalize it in most communities. For too long, community policing has been a program rather than what it was intended to be, a philosophy. We separate the officers who do it from the ones who answer jobs or catch bad guys. Our vision of community policing, neighborhood policing, changes that. Neighborhood policing is about establishing a real connection between cops and the neighborhood, its problems, its people, and its potential. It's about the 3 Ps of community policing: partnership, problem solving, and prevention. It's about shared responsibility. It's about common purpose. It starts with steady sectors and putting the same cops in the same place every day. The same citizens become a recurrent part of each cop's daily work. They know each other. They see each other. For citizens, officers become more than their uniforms. They become mainstays of the of the neighborhood, as Sir Robert Peel envisioned it in 1829. Then we add in the position of neighborhood coordinating officers, or NCOs, something borrowed from my time with the LAPD and their senior lead officer program, the SLOW program. As I have said, this is the culmination of a long career, and I'm taking what works from here, there, and everywhere, starting with Peel's 9 principles, kind of like a wedding. Something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. The NCOs are dedicated to specific sectors, but unlike traditional community affairs cops, they're in the field to address conditions and crime. Together with the steady sectors, they prioritize problems and leverage NYPD assets and partners to fix them. I believe this model will be a great step forward in our effort to close the gap. We already have it up and running in 4 precincts, and we hope to, with the plan of action, expand it to 20 more. Cops want to connect to the people they serve. It's why they were called to the job. That's why we call it a calling. Neighborhood policing fosters this connection, and as the relationship takes root, trust grows, which brings us full circle within the 5 T's. Cops and community collaborate toward their mutual interest, a true public safety. With all of this, from ceasefire to mobile digital to neighborhood policing, we have the opportunity to make our communities safer and fairer everywhere for everyone. We have the opportunity to make public safety a shared responsibility that all of us can embrace. And if we get it right, that's a legacy, and we will get it right. I'm convinced that we can, just as I was convinced 20 years ago during my first term here as PC, that we could do something about crime and disorder. Just as I was convinced in 2002 when I went to LA, I could do something about crime, disorder, terrorism, and race relations in that extraordinarily troubled city, and we did. But to accomplish this here in New York, for us to accomplish it in our great country, to create the change, we must all embrace it. To paraphrase Gandhi, the great Indian civil rights leader, to create change, we must become the change. The criminal justice sphere, and we its leaders, and you its supporters and community members, can't lose this opportunity to continue the journey of change that we've been on, the constant evolution of our police profession. But now the real work must begin. Let us not repeat history. Let's make it. Let's seize the opportunity that this crisis provides to successfully address the challenges of the 21st century, the inherited and unmet challenges of the 19th and 20th. Let's all have lives of significance. Let's all have lives that matter and that have profound and lasting impact. Let's all embrace the need to change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bratton, for spending time with us and for sharing those really profound thoughts and for energizing all of us, I think, to be the change that needs to occur. And we thank you also for your support for this work now over 20 years. This is an opportunity for us to take a moment to set a bigger stage and to introduce you to the National Network for Safe Communities. We have a short video that tells that story. I want to point out before the video starts the tagline for the National Network on the screen behind me, saving lives and saving communities. We believe that both of those aspirations are at the core of our work. Our goal is to reduce the levels of violence and to be able to actually count the number of lives that are saved in the communities where we do our work. But we also recognize, as the Commissioner pointed out, that that work has a second pillar of aspiration, which is to work with communities so that the communities themselves are saved and stronger by the work that we do together with them. So the National Network was founded here in this college a bit over 5 years ago. It's now got reach throughout the country. It has become an R&D laboratory for lots of new ideas, some of which we'll talk about throughout this conference, to work on issues of domestic violence, drug markets, to do work inside prisons, to do work with a variety of issues of challenges of disorder and crime that face our communities, and to do that all in the spirit of saving communities, working with communities in partnership and in trust. When I introduce Karol Mason in a second, I will talk, as will she, about the most exciting, most recent addition to our portfolio, the National Initiative for Building Community Trust and Justice, which I think is in many ways the full articulation of the promise that we held here when we created the National Network 5 years ago. So please join me in looking at the video, and then I'll come back and introduce Karol.
So something is going on in the country right now. I don't know what it is exactly. I don't think anybody does. This is history happening in real time. There are hard-hit communities all over the country who suffer simultaneously from unconscionable levels of violence, unconscionable levels of incarceration and criminal justice intrusion, and from deeply broken relationships between the citizens in those communities and law enforcement. And the fact is, the stats aside, the numbers aside, the social science aside, the criminology aside, this is not okay. And that's what the National Network is about.
Violence arguably is one of the most important problems in our society, you know, and yet we had no forums before to meet, all of us as practitioners. Now we have a place where we can consistently improve and spread the field.
We've got plenty of organizations that do research, and we've got organizations that put forth model policies, but I don't know any place that's a living, breathing, innovative, sharing network like that.
Really, there's no patent here on saving lives. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about saving lives. If someone in High Point, North Carolina, or Providence, Rhode Island, or Boston, Massachusetts has something that we can extract for Chicago, and vice versa, if there's anything that we could do to help Chattanooga, Tennessee, or South Bend, Indiana, we're all for it.
So everybody who does this work adds to the portfolio. Everybody who does this work makes it better. What our partners do out there amazes us pretty much literally every day, and we learn from them and help other people learn from them.
So the National Network was created to provide opportunities for those deeper lessons in organizational transformation to be learned and replicated nationally. It's not just how do you run a call-in. It's not just what does focused deterrence mean. It's not even just how do police and prosecutors and community groups work together. These are deep lessons in how we do our work.
I was having a conversation with myself for a long time that went, what if criminal justice had a Hippocratic oath, like doctors do? And it really begins at the same place that doctors begin. Doctors are all taught first to do no harm. We're increasingly aware that the same sort of thing is true in work around crime, that we can bring crime numbers down in a neighborhood by occupying it and locking all the men up. But when you do that, you lose the neighborhood and you damage that neighborhood for generations. The second is strengthen the capacity of communities to drive their own crime prevention. In the call-ins, the National Network has used for 20 years now the most electrifying figures saying to the young men, put your guns down, are always community people.
When the police department says we are not going to tolerate that anymore, here's what's really important. Who is we? Is we just the police department, or is we the community, the people who will speak for the community? That's when that we gets to be capitalized, and that's powerful.
The community has a voice, and that voice is really a moral voice. Police departments can say selling drugs or prostitution or hurting people and sticking guns in people's faces, they can say that's against the law. And it is. The community can say yes, against the law, but it's also just wrong, and we're not going to accept it.
It is such a big voice. We're not the village raising the child, we're the whole city taking care of the whole city.
People are not always going to do the right thing. There's a reason we have police in the legal system. And so the next step is we want the law to work because the community sees it as legitimate. It's the perception of the public that the law is being exercised fairly in their own best interest, that it's not being motivated by prejudice or abuse or malice, and that even if you disagree with what's going on, you have a chance to speak your piece.
You know, people want to be heard. We don't just want you at our door when you just heard a gunshot. We want you there to understand our community needs as well.
We're constantly seeking to improve that system of policing so that we're not just effective in dealing and reducing crime, but we're effective at the same time in enhancing our reputations and our relationships with our communities.
We want to act through deterrence rather than actual enforcement.
You can deter first and arrest last and have a bigger impact on violence and put fewer people in jail.
We understand that we can't just arrest our way out of the problem. We need to find collaborative ways with our colleagues and the various other agencies that involve district attorney, judges, probation, parole, community activist groups, ministers. How do we find alternative ways to stop this violence?
We want to use as little formal state authority as we can, and we now know that light applications of authority applied in the right way can actually work better than extreme applications of authority done poorly.
You know, we're treating all these folks that live in these neighborhoods the same way when we really need to be focused on a very small number. And therein lies the issue that the community has with police.
The community knows who the criminals are, and they want us to address it. They don't want us to use the same tactics on everybody. It's not just about arresting people. It's arresting the right people at the right place at the right time for the right reasons. And I think it brings us a lot of legitimacy.
On the ground, what really sets our work apart is that we've learned to focus on a tiny, tiny special population, that in the most dangerous places, it's about 1% of the young men that really drive things. Essentially, everybody else in the community is not part of the problem. For the very small number of people who drive the most serious crime, we want them to know that law enforcement, their community members, the mayor, everybody wants them to succeed. So the sort of last and overarching principle is anybody who wants help should get it.
It's not only offering help and support, it's offering a different way of thinking. If you want me to change, you have to understand that I don't know how. That's the thing I learned. They want change, they don't know how.
It's easy to say, stop what you're doing. Okay, they still have to eat. They still want to be warm in the winter and cool in the summer, and they have to pay the utility bill just like the rest of us. These guys are not only being confronted with the law, they're being confronted with the opportunity to change as well.
And that's what National Network has done. It is a network of people saving these lives and then transforming them into people who save others.
We began looking honestly at the body count, at the most serious violence on the ground. There's this moment in the mid-90s when that crystallized in a very particular way around homicide prevention in Boston, and it turned out to work better than we ever dreamed possible. Homicide across the city went down by 50%. That really showed that you could do very serious violence prevention work in a very new way. So we started to think about whether the same basic approach might work on the street drug markets. The first time it ever actually happened was in 2004 in High Point, North Carolina.
West End, it had been a drug market for a couple of decades.
To look at all the traffic that was going on, the prostitutes walking around, and then the day after the notification, all that's gone.
But it's moved on to other forms of really serious violence like domestic violence, to other substantive crime problems like robbery and larceny, system reform in probation and prisons.
You'll see the gang audits now as an order in department policy. You'll see custom notifications on a routine basis on call-ins, targeted gangs.
It's becoming institutionalized in the Chicago Police Department. And I think that these are strategies that are leading to those metrics all moving in the same direction at the same time. We're reducing crime and violence. We're reducing complaints against our officers. We're doing it by making less arrests. And at the same time, we're increasing our clearance rates.
We've had several call-ins and then several enforcement actions in our Brooklyn North, Brooklyn South area. Two of the areas of our city that have very high levels of violence. It's a proven system in other cities, and we intend to make it work here in New York. It's become quite clear as policing attempts to move forward into the 21st century that we have to be informed by our history. And the history of policing for many centuries in this country was not a pretty one as it relates to particularly our minority communities and particularly our black communities.
Segregation was legal in this country up until I believe it was 1963. And who is it who was enforcing those racist government policies? It was the most visible arm of government, which is the police department. And as a result, there's a narrative of distrust that's well-founded in the African American community in particular, and in the community in general.
The history of oppression of African Americans is very recent in the African American's mind. And so it's important for those in power, politicians, police, DA, to talk directly to the community so we can each understand each other's perspective, so that we can each dispel the myths about the other.
So we now have 2 decades worth of experimentation, innovation, lessons learned, and a very strong body of research. We actually have some reasons to think that we can do things differently on the ground, led by the national network and the sites, the 50 sites around the country that we've worked in that have shown us what's possible, and now the 6 sites under the national initiative. So we have some leaders that are doing the hard work. This is not about ideology, about rhetoric, even about research. It's about doing the work.
The place we're in now is not about skepticism. In a lot of ways, that pendulum has swung. What people need now is the guidance and the resources with which to do the work. Anybody can have an idea. Until something comes of that, until real work gets done by real people in real places, it doesn't matter.
Let's talk about right now. Let's talk about what's happening in our community right now. You know, if we get this thing right, people live. You know, the stakes are very high. If we get it wrong, people could die. You know, but the opportunity to get people on the same page so that lives can be saved is worth going after. It's worth looking at hard. It's worth the effort.
I can't tell you where I would be without the National Network. What it offers up is hope for people like myself who've walked those streets alone, trying to save people, and now knowing I'm no longer alone.
When we first started the work in '97, people said to us, well, we're not Boston. Well, then we were able to do the work and we were successful. And then other agencies come here and say, well, we're not High Point. And then they bring it back and it works. And I think the biggest message we get from all of this is that it doesn't matter where you're from. The national network strategies work anywhere that people are willing to take the time to understand it, work with national network, and do the work.
It's a remarkable story, and we've had many friends along the way who have made it possible for us to do the work that's just been described to you in that video. You'll note also on the slide that this conference is supported by 2 of those friends, the Pritzker Foundation and the MacArthur Foundation. In the material, we list many other foundations and government agencies that have contributed to the work in their communities or on a national basis. But I remember vividly when we received the first sign of support from our Department of Justice. This was a big moment for us, as you can imagine. David and I and many people in this room had been talking about this work for a while. Some of that work had been supported by NIJ and BJA and the government alphabet soup in Washington that we all know and sometimes rely on. But to take the big idea of the national network to the Justice Department and say, this is the structure, this is the infrastructure, this is the concept that we think is necessary to advance the work the next level, and to have the Justice Department say yes made everything else possible. So it's with a particular sense of gratitude and respect for their vote of confidence in us at the Justice Department that I welcome our next speaker. Karol Mason is known to all of us as now the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Justice Programs, before that, the Deputy Associate Attorney General in the Justice Department under Eric Holder and President Obama. And she oversees the agencies that help us think about our work, advance good practice, do research, collect good data, all of the important agencies that have been so integral to the advances that we've seen. But I want to just highlight one particular aspect of Karol's leadership that is relevant to this moment, and it follows the death of young Trayvon Martin. And if you recall that moment, our President Obama, and our Attorney General, Eric Holder, both spoke eloquently about the need for a different approach to issues of race and racial understanding and relations between police and communities of color. And it was, the story not told is that it was Karol who heeded our president and her Attorney General and said that she would organize an effort within the Justice Department to take some of those ideas and advance them in a significant way. And so it's a personal honor for me to recognize her today, because it's through that effort that the National Initiative for Building Community Trust and Justice was born, announced at the Ford Foundation in April 2 years ago, and now located here at John Jay in partnership with the Center for Policing Equity and Phil Goff at UCLA, Tracy Mears and Tom Tyler at Yale Law School, and our colleagues at the Urban Institute. So we're doing the work. We're doing that work in 6 cities around the country. We think this work actually is the bellwether for the future, and we have very high hopes for all of our success in those 6 cities, but none of that would have been possible had it not been for Karol Mason. So please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Assistant Attorney General Karol Mason.
Good morning. And I like to know that you're actually there. So, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm with my people. Because you all get this. You all are the reason why I do this work. So thank you very much, Jeremy, for the introduction. I am pleased to be here at John Jay College, one of the premier institutions for generating criminal justice knowledge. But I'm really particularly happy to be here because with people who are committed to this work. And I still remember that day in April when I made sure that I could sit where I could see David and Jeremy and Tracy's faces when we announced that we were going to pull this initiative together. And as Ron Davis in the COPS office likes to say, I twisted a lot of arms to pull this money together, and so I'm counting on you all to deliver. And I know you will. So I'm delighted to be in the company of so many esteemed researchers and practitioners, so many innovators and leaders, people like Jeremy Travis, Commissioner Bratton, and David Kennedy, who have made the safety of our communities their life's work. It's a privilege to be here with all of you. And I'm proud to bring greetings from and thanks from our Attorney General, our new Attorney General, Lynch, who not only values the critical work that each of you is doing, but depends on your commitment to reducing crime, improving fairness, and strengthening relationships between communities and those who serve and protect them. She and all of the Department of Justice are grateful for the clarity you are bringing to the President's vision of a safer, more just, and equitable society. We know that the approaches you are taking through the National Network for Safe Communities, and I'm so glad that I got to see the video before speaking to you all, so that you all are all energized and really remembering why you're here and what we're here to do. And you're having a very real and very profound impact on the health and integrity of America's cities. The focused deterrence model on which your efforts are based has proven to be among the most promising strategies for targeting and reducing crime in our most violent cities. The two exemplars of this model are Operation Ceasefire in Boston and the High Point Drug Market Intervention in North Carolina. That's home to me as well, so I'm really proud of the work. Who's from North Carolina here? There you go. Good. Congratulations. Great work. But this is effective because it's evidence-based. And both of these models, how many of you all know about crimesolutions.gov? Oh, good. That's not great, but it's good. It's better than in some audiences. But these programs are rated effective in our evidence-based database, which is crimesolutions.gov. And effective is a superior rating because it means that the programs have been assessed and the strength of their success in reducing crime has been demonstrated by research and evidence. The impressive evaluation results in these cities are a testament to the power of pulling levers, building predictability to the crime-fighting enterprise, bringing predictability to the crime-fighting enterprise, and airing what David Kennedy calls the moral voice of the community. I'm proud of the role that the Office of Justice Programs has played in supporting many like-minded efforts over the years. Back in the late 1990s, as Jeremy mentioned, it's hard to believe that's so far in the past. To me, it still seems like current history. But while Jeremy led our National Institute of Justice, OJP helped carry the focused deterrence model to a number of cities through the Strategic Approaches to Community Safety Initiative, which partnered federal and local agencies and was among the first federal programs to marry research and enforcement. So Jeremy is really the forebearer of the model that we use now, which is evidence-based approaches to dealing with the issues you deal with. Because we want to make sure that we know that you've got limited financial resources, limited people resources, and we want to make sure that the things that you do are soundly based in evidence so that you know that they work. We've also helped widen the lens by supporting a broader philosophy of swift, certain, and proportionate sanctions that ensures credibility and fairness with the threat of punishment. It is this idea of efficient and effective enforcement sustained by moral authority that represents the greatest promise of turning around our most violent communities and ending our wasteful and harmful over-reliance on incarceration. We continue to look for ways to leverage this promising model of crime fighting. Last September, the National Network was represented at the launch of the department's Violence Reduction Network. VRN, as we affectionately call it, coordinates resources from across the department, bringing together U.S. attorneys' offices and our law enforcement units, the FBI, DEA, ATF, and the U.S. Marshals, in making training, technical assistance, and informational resources available from OJP, the Office of Justice Programs, the COPS Office, and the Office on Violence Against Women. What we wanted to do, thanks to Kristen Mahoney, who was one of you all at one point before she joined the alphabet soup that Jeremy talked about, she wanted to figure out how do we better deliver resources to your communities to help you deal with these problems. And we did something that nobody thought could happen. We brought together the FBI, ATF, DEA, Marshals, U.S. attorneys, and the grant components to partner with you all. And how many of you all are VRN cities here? I know that some of them are here. And these folks that have their hands up, meet with them and talk to them while you're here, and I guarantee they'll tell you that this is a different kind of partnership, that this is a different Justice Department that's helping to work with you all in your communities. Can I get an amen out there? All right, good. And we hope that we are testing this again to find out, is what we're doing a better way of giving you the resources that you need? We're targeting cities with violent crime rates that are well above the national average, and we're concentrating resources on the most pressing violence problems at each site. Most of the sites are represented here today, even though all of them didn't raise their hand. I know they're here. VRN has been in operation less than a year, but we're already beginning to see substantial progress. The President highlighted some of these accomplishments last month when he visited Camden, New Jersey, one of the 5 current VRN sites, and we intend to announce new ones at the end of September. The Camden County Police and their partners are doing outstanding work. For example, after a peer exchange with their counterparts in Philadelphia, they began a call-in program rooted in focused deterrence aimed at juveniles. This has gotten enthusiastic support from the community and the families of these youth. Another innovative facet of the Camden effort is the DIVERT program, which stands for Digital Imaging Video Retrieval Teams. These teams, which were trained by the FBI, gather surveillance videos from crime scenes, review and edit them, and send them to TV stations and social media channels, essentially creating crime commercials that can be used to help identify suspects. The cities are working with a single-minded focus on ensuring fairness in their enforcement efforts. At our site in Oakland and Richmond County, officers received training on fair and impartial policing from Lori Friedel, a national expert on racially biased law enforcement, and we held a webinar on community engagement in high crime areas. We co-sponsored a separate event on police legitimacy in the Northern District of California's U.S. Attorney's Office that was remarkably attended by every police chief in the jurisdiction, every district attorney. It was an amazing, amazing experience, and the wonderful thing about this work is I now see lots of friends in the audience who have been part of this work, and some of them were in the video. So I look forward to this continuing partnership. Through our Bureau of Justice Assistance National Training and Technical Assistance Center, we affectionately call that NTAC, and learning a new vocabulary, and I'm trying not to use initials and to make sure that I communicate the resources, the rich amount of resources we have available at the department. We supported a seminar called TACT, Tactics and Trust, which builds on the latest scientific research on how to effectively engage with community members and quickly build rapport and trust. And the Chief Assistant District Attorney in Alameda County, Kevin Dunleavy, has started a group in his office to review cases to make sure that prosecution decisions are made fairly and without bias. And I hope that you hear that when we talk about this work, it's about the criminal justice system. It's not about police. It's not just about the community. It's about the full system, and we've got to have reforms across the system. And as David has said repeatedly in meetings with law enforcement has been one of the courageous leaders in self-examination and looking at how they can improve themselves. So we thank you for the work that you and law enforcement are always willing to do and step up and look at yourself and see how you can improve. And we need you to be that model for the rest of the criminal justice system so they can do that self-reflection and self-examination as well and figure out how they can change to improve relationships with communities as well. Our aim through the Violence Reduction Network is not to sweep through these neighborhoods, round up suspects, and take them away. Our goal is to help build cities with something positive and lasting by enlisting the community and law enforcement as co-producers of public safety. As everyone here knows, arrest and the threat of arrest will not carry the day. What will carry the day is our ability to cultivate faith in the good intentions of our justice system, the entire system. That faith, as we all know, has been tested. In some places, it has been broken. I believe that nowhere is this fractured faith beyond repair, because you're all here. That's why I know it's not beyond repair, because with your commitment and your hard work, we are going to fix this. As Chief Bratton said, it's not an if, it's a when. That faith, as we all know, has been tested, but we are doing the right things here to make sure that we are going to succeed. The script follows a tired formula, one that we can trace back to Watts, Harlem, Detroit. Some of you aren't young enough or aren't old enough, rather, to remember that, but I do. And that it was those scenes on TV which inspired me to want to be able to do this work. And so the scenes are all too familiar of widespread unrest precipitated by a single violent encounter. As the frustration mounts, we worry over what the outcome will be and what the next flashpoint will be. We can't afford reckless optimism, but we do need to be optimistic. But neither can we afford pessimism. Too many of you have invested far too much in turning your communities around and been successful at it. As President Obama said in Selma earlier this year, action requires that we shed our cynicism, for when it comes to the pursuit of justice, we can afford neither complacency nor despair. And by your presence here, I know that you have chosen to really act and make sure that we continue to bring about sustainable change in our communities. And action in this case begins by confronting some very difficult realities, the reality of stark inequalities in our justice system, the reality of families and communities riven by victimization and imprisonment, the reality of young men who choose, often against their own instincts, to live in opposition to the values that they've been taught, and not least, the reality of a long and troubled history of racial antagonism in our country. James Baldwin wrote about growing up on the streets of Harlem. The moral barriers that I had supposed to exist between me and the dangers of a criminal career, he said, were so tenuous as to be nearly non-existent. I certainly could not discover any principled reason for not becoming a criminal. If we believe, as I do, that this attitude remains contemporary among too many of our young men, that in pockets of America the choice between crime and not crime seems a false one, then our first responsibility is to make sure that there are legitimate opportunities for a meaningful path to achievement and success for these young men. I hope some of you all saw the article, the editorial in the New York Times about the impact of young people who feel disconnected from our communities. Our president understands the urgency of this issue, which is why last year he launched My Brother's Keeper to give every young person who is willing to work hard and play by the rules the chance to reach his or her potential. How many of you saw the documentary last night, Rise, or streamed it? If you haven't seen it, go find it. It's a documentary that was produced by the Discovery Channel and it showed on the OWN network and it's been streaming. But it's a documentary that shows the exceptional work that happens when we let our young men and boys of color know that we believe in them. And one of the messages that we ought to get from that documentary is that not that these young men and boys are extraordinary, they are exceptional if we give them the opportunity. So I encourage you to see that video and understand why the work you do is so important. And as they say, to begin to see these young men and boys of color as not at risk, but at promise, because that's what they are. They're our future leaders. Across the federal government, agencies are working together to give the kids advantages that many of them had never had and to help them succeed. Private foundations have answered the president's call by announcing independent commitments. The new My Brother's Keeper Alliance, a consortium of private sector organizations, will support evidence-based interventions aimed at tackling achievement challenges from cradle to career. The Justice Department and the Office of Justice Programs in particular is playing a central role in this effort by supporting programs aimed at preventing youth violence, ensuring that young people are treated fairly by the justice system, connecting them with positive influences, and keeping them in school and out of our courts. One of our biggest challenges is nurturing respect for the law for those who enforce it. One might ask, and one should ask, why is faith in the rule of law at such a low ebb? It's not because young people delight in committing crimes and relish disorder. It's not that they don't care about their own and others' safety. To echo David again, nobody wants to live in chaos and violence that we see too often on our inner city streets. The problem is that in some neighborhoods, the relationship between law enforcement and the communities they served is one of mutual mistrust and suspicion. The blame for this cannot and should not be laid at the feet of today's law enforcement professionals, the vast majority of whom operate out of goodwill and a sincere desire to make a positive difference. But the frustration simmering in these communities is very real, and it gets us nowhere when we try to ignore it or deny it. The fact is, we all grieve over the lost lives of citizens and our law enforcement officers, and we all deplore the wanton violence and destruction that we've seen in Ferguson, Baltimore, and elsewhere. There is far more that we agree on than that we disagree on. But there are differences in the experience and perspective, and we must find a way to work through these differences. We also must frankly be willing to acknowledge and confront the damage that has been caused by a history of misunderstanding, a history that has played out in the unequal and sometimes abusive treatment of minority groups on the one side and in bold hostility toward law enforcement on the other. When the president said that this nation's racial history casts its long shadow upon us, he was talking specifically about our criminal justice system, and notice I said the whole system. Until we are willing to deal with our troubled national past and accept that our justice system is implicated, we will not get very far in not bridging, but closing the divides of trust in our communities. I see this issue of racial reconciliation, of building trust in our criminal justice system and those it serves, as one of the defining social issues of our time. And I will tell you that, as people hear me say frequently, I have an expiration date in 2017. But I am committed, because of you guys, to making sure that we make a sustained difference in this issue. It is the defining moment of our time, and I know that you all are able of meeting this issue and tackling it. In my view, however, how we handle this moment will determine whether we are able to turn the corner and begin a new path towards civic harmony and understanding. That's why I've made this work a top priority of the Office of Justice Programs, and it's why the Attorney General has identified it as one of her foremost goals. We're fortunate this work is already underway in your communities, and we can be encouraged by research showing the tremendous public safety value of trust building. What we know from experience and from study is that fairness and effectiveness in the enforcement of the law are not mutually exclusive. They are tightly bound together. Analysis of procedural justice has shown that those who come in contact with the police and other justice system agencies are more likely to accept the decision by authority and obey the law in the future if they feel that they have been treated fairly, even when they are penalized by criminal sanctions. And the communities of which they are part will actively encourage respect for the law. This means that if we make a sincere effort to strengthen connections between law enforcement agencies and the communities they serve, we can hope to reverse the pattern of distrust and discord that have become too much a part of our nation's civic narrative. We can do this by ensuring fairness in the administration of the law, by working to eliminate bias in our systems of justice, and by addressing past wrongs and historic grievances. John Jay College is the lead partner in a major effort, as Jeremy mentioned, being led by my office in cooperation with the Office for Victims of, the Office on Violence Against Women. I know B. Hansen is here somewhere. Also with the COPS office and others across the department. It's called the National Initiative on Building Community Trust and Justice, and its goal is to expand our base of knowledge about what works to improve procedural justice, reduce racial bias, and promote racial reconciliation. As Jeremy mentioned, Yale Law School, UCLA Center for Policing and Equity, and you're going to hear from Phil shortly, and the Urban Institute are also part of this effort. And with an advisory board of law enforcement practitioners and community and faith-based leaders, they're bringing their considerable expertise to the task of repairing fractured relationships between citizens and justice systems. The project is tackling a number of issues, from the strained relationships between minority communities and law enforcement, to the interactions between police and domestic violence and sexual assault victims, to addressing the concerns of the LGBTQ community. Currently, as they mentioned, 6 cities are serving as demonstration sites to test strategies and determine what works best to build trust. And you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow. I'll be joining the Attorney General in Birmingham on Wednesday, Chief. And I was checking the schedule to make sure you were going to be back in Birmingham. I know you will be. But we're going to be spending the day in Birmingham as part of her community policing tour. We've also launched an online resource center with news about the city's efforts and research and other information about procedural justice, implicit bias, and racial reconciliation. And I encourage you to visit the site at trustandjustice.org, trustandjustice.org. And I want to make sure that I recognize Catherine Darkschmidt. I know she's in here somewhere. Where are you, Catherine? Stand up. She hates this, but too bad. It's one of the privileges. So Catherine is nominally one of my policy advisors, but Catherine is the brains behind the national initiative and the force behind the national initiative, and I am comfortable that it will be in good hands when my expiration date arrives because of her leadership and her passion for this work. So thank you, Catherine. I believe this effort represents a major step forward in resolving historic tensions in many of America's communities. Through it, we will build on pioneering work being done in some of the nation's most challenged areas, and we will open doors to cooperation and trust that will lead to safer communities and a justice system that inspires the confidence of all it serves. I'm under no illusion that this work will be easy. or that we will be able to reach all of our goals within the 3-year scope we envision for the project. But what I am counting on each of you to do is to sustain this work, whether there's Justice Department funding or not, to sustain this work because our communities depend on this. So I want to hear from you all. Who's going to pledge with me that we're going to stay in this work until we can't do it anymore? So, thank you.
Our first plenary session this morning is titled Reintroducing the National Network for Safe Communities. Please join me in welcoming to the stage David Kennedy, Director of the National Network for Safe Communities.
Stand up. In the work we do, that's what passes for a break. Morning, everybody. So, thanks to Karol. I have to say, Karol just lied for the first time in my long experience with her. Karol Mason has no sell-by date, no expiration date. None of us here do, which is one of the things that I love about all of us here. Thanks to Jeremy Travis. Jeremy's much too polite to say this himself, but I am literally standing here because 20 years ago, Jeremy took a flyer when head of NIJ on the research on the ground in Boston that began all of this, for which I am exceedingly grateful, and to Bill Bratton. And Bill is right, Commissioner Bratton is right. The first conversation I had with anybody in law enforcement about, again, what has become this work was in his office at the old Boston Police Headquarters in 1993. And it was because of that the first encouragement I ever got from anybody in law enforcement. And I am very grateful for that. So, 6 years ago this month, we launched the National Network in the belief that the work it now represents had something important to offer the country, and especially its most needful communities. It was absolutely a build it and hope desperately that they will come moment. And we honestly didn't know whether that had any traction. We didn't know whether any significant set of the nation and government and cities in the world of practice would find that credible. What we were absolutely sure about was that the core problems we founded the network to address were real. The country has far too many places, far too many communities, and all of them, for all practical purposes, are communities of color, where violence is unconscionably high, where going to prison is an unconscionably normal part of a man's life, and where relationships and trust between citizens and law enforcement are unconscionably damaged. And the facts and the figures, the statistics, the analysis on this is horrific. It's chilling. There's more and more and more of it. It all points in the same direction. And the numbers cannot capture what's going on. And so I hunt for the stories that can get this across to folks, mostly not like those in this room who don't get it. And a few years ago, I wrote a very non-academic book called Don't Shoot, and it includes the story of my friend and colleague from Rochester, New York, Loretta Scott, who was, when I worked with her, the Commissioner of Parks and Recreation in Rochester. She's now a member of City Council. But Loretta was and is also a black grandmother. And when we worked together in Rochester, she told the story of going down on a Sunday morning, dressed in her going to church finest because she was going off to a funeral service for a black elder on the block who had passed. And her young granddaughter said to her, seeing her all dressed up, "Grandma, where are you going?" And she said, "I'm going off to Mr. So-and-so's funeral." And her young granddaughter looked at her and said, "Who killed him?" Because that is what she had come to expect. In her neighborhood, people didn't die, people were killed. And when I was on the road for Don't Shoot, I told that story in a town in the Midwest. And when I was done, another black grandmother came out of the audience when everything was all finished and took me aside and said, "I want to tell you another grandmother's story, which is that I was talking to my black grandson not long ago, young boy, and out of his mouth came the sentence, 'Grandma, when I grow up and go to prison.'" And she taught me a phrase I had never heard. She said, "I thought about slapping the taste right out of his mouth." And I don't think she did that, but we both understood the impulse. And I go to prison a lot. Unlike most of those there, I get to come back right away. But I was in Otisville in upstate New York. There's a federal prison and a state prison, both in Otisville, and John Jay has an Inside Out program, so I was guest teaching inside. And when I'm inside, I always ask the men there, "What got you here?" And in one version or another, over and over and over again, I hear what is fundamentally the same story. And one of the men in Otisville said, "I was a teenage boy. I lived in a bad part of the city that I was in. My mother was robbed coming back from the grocery store. And she did the right thing. She called the police. The police came to our apartment. They took down all the particulars, and then my mother said to them, 'Are you going to be able to get my stuff back?' And he said, and they laughed at her. And he said, 'And that's why I'm here. I didn't trust the cops. I took care of myself. I started robbing people,' which is deeply ironic, and now I find myself sitting here." And in all sorts of ways, these three core issues ramify throughout our public life. There is too much violence, there is too much jail, and there is too much broken relationship and mistrust. And when I talked about this, I used the phrase unconscionable advisedly. This isn't just about the numbers or the costs or the legality and the legitimacy as we talk about these things now. Those things matter, we respect that. But the network was really founded on the conviction that what's been going on in the country in these areas is deeply, fundamentally wrong. And another reason why I love all of you here in this room and those like you not in this room is that for you and for me, for all of us, this is personal. And I had a moment 30 years ago now standing terrified in Nickerson Gardens and Watts in South LA, looking at the sort of visible devastation unfolding in front of me. This is not okay. And the network was founded fundamentally on that conviction. This is not okay. And the feeling that Jeremy and I had, and that was thankfully validated by others 6 years ago, that we had gotten somewhere, that we'd learned something about how to do better, and with the aspiration that we could form a network of people doing this work, committed to this work, to create a community of commitment and practice with the aspiration that we would fundamentally move how the country is working on these kinds of things. Well, that world has changed. And what was important then and has been important for a long time to a relative few nationally has recently and relatively suddenly become important to a great many. And as Karol has said, it has created what I at least think is a once in several generations national moment. And nobody involved in this thinks the post-Ferguson moment in America is going away. I personally think that's a very good thing. And what appears now to be a critical mass of the nation now believes that what's been going on in and between law enforcement and America's most vulnerable minority communities is deeply, fundamentally not okay. And that makes the network's mission dramatically more important. If we fail this national moment, I don't believe we'll get another chance, not in our lifetimes. We have to get this right. And if, in fact, the network has anything to offer the country on how to think about and do the work of preventing violence, of keeping people out of lockup, and of healing relationships, this is the time to put that on the table and show it. This is our moment. So my most genuine and profound thanks today go to all of you here, because you here today have, in fact, made the network's aspiration a reality. We're 6 years on. We do have something to offer. It has become real, and it is all of you here who have made that happen. We have grown over those 6 years into a real network. Law enforcement, political leaders, community actors, service providers, returned citizens, survivors, scholars, all sorts of folks committed to this are driving the work forward in cities all over the country. You are, and this is now demonstrably true on the ground in the conversation in the state houses in Washington, you are changing the way people think about these issues, about communities, about crime, about the awful mistakes we've made, and how we can demonstrably do better. 6 years ago, we said we think we've got something to offer. There's something we call ceasefire. We have something we call the drug market initiative. They work. The evaluation record's good. We know we can move them around, and that's enough to move on. And that was true then. It's true now. But now, because literally of you here and what you have all been doing, we are dramatically and concretely beyond that point. We have, and again, and I'm about to show how much I mean this, because of what you have all done, because there really is now, you are the network we hoped for. We've come to see both more clearly and to act dramatically more broadly and powerfully. So part of that is scope. The network strategies are spreading. They're the backbone of public safety operations. They're producing results on the ground in Chicago, in Oakland, in New Orleans, in other places that everybody recognizes as the most challenging street environments in the nation. Connecticut and New York State are both doing them in multiple states by executive direction. This is going on all over the country. I've been in New York 10 years now. It's long enough so that when I say I'm from New York, I don't feel like I'm a fraud. I'm happy now to be a New Yorker. And Everybody at John Jay is deeply gratified that Mayor de Blasio and Commissioner Bratton have embraced this work, that New York City ceasefire is fully operational in Brooklyn as of late last year. As you've just heard, the Department of Justice has voted. Same things happening with state government, with mayors, with community actors, with philanthropy. We are expanding in substantive focus. And over the next 2 days, you're going to get the opportunity to hear about expansion into strategies aimed at domestic violence. And here I want to try to do something a little different. I was instructed and moved as I thought about this talk and looked at the conference and reflected on what it is that I wanted to try to say here. So here's what I want to try to do for the rest of my time up here. I am going to name a lot of names, your names. And help me out when you hear your name mentioned. Stand, give people a chance to see you. Almost everybody I'm going to mention is here for the conference. A few aren't, but almost everybody is. Almost everybody mentioned is actually going to be sharing their work and their knowledge during the proceedings over the next 2 days, and most of you are here in the room. So this is literally a recognition and an honoring, and I'm going to tell you on the part of the National Network staff, a celebration of what you have all done. So let me begin on that with Chief Marty Sumner from High Point and Susan Herman. You all out here? Yeah. So Marty is chief in High Point. Susan is a very old friend in lots of complicated ways. Right now she's the Deputy Commissioner for Collaborative Policing at NYPD. Not only is she driving New York City ceasefire within the department, but she, for the last 10 years, has been part of developing a national network domestic violence strategy aimed at the most serious domestic violence offending. It was motivated by the idea that if there are men whose names we know who are hurting women whose names we know, then those women should not have to put themselves at further risk and turn their lives upside down to be safe, that was our job, and our job was to get him to change. You may notice I'm taking this one particularly personally. I really care about this one. And in High Point, going back years, Marty, correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but High Point had 3 to 5 domestic violence homicide victims a year out of a city of, call it 110,000. Since High Point put this in place in 2009, there has been 1 domestic violence homicide victim. And it was an honor killing, which is not in any way to diminish its awfulness, but it was nothing any of us even would have thought we could see coming. What we think of as ordinary domestic violence victimization, at least at the most lethal level, is almost over in High Point. And Marty and Susan and others will be talking about this. The work has expanded into fundamental systemic probation reform, driven nationally by Mark Kleiman. And they are getting extraordinary results with minimum application of punishment, which Mark will be talking about over the course of the next 2 days. It's expanded into prison safety, fundamental changes in the tenor and security of prison life in the most high-risk maximum security prison in Washington State, driven by Washington State Strategic Operations Manager Karli Kujath. Karli? it's moving into prosecution. And there turn out to be ways we and others believe of mapping these principles into the fundamental standard workings of the function of the prosecutor. And that we are working on, and actually more learning from, but also I'm happy to say working on with the Executive Assistant District Attorney and Special Policy Advisor in the Manhattan DA's office, Chauncey Parker. Chauncey. And this, I'm really happy to say, goes on and on. Karol mentioned Scott Thompson. Scott Thompson is an old friend and colleague. Many of you know the Camden story. Camden kind of took apart and reconstituted its police department a couple of years ago. They have had shocking reductions in violence. And although I know Scott and he's a friend, we haven't had a lot of time to catch up on this. And it turns out that when you say to Scott, what did you do? You know, what's going on there? He says, I did the national network stuff. And we're still waiting for the briefing where he can actually talk about that in detail. He was going to be here today, but he's meeting with the Attorney General. So this is big deal stuff. Mayor Chris Loris from Rutland is here. Chris? The city in Rutland has adopted the basic ideas out of the street drug market intervention, mapped them onto their situation, which is that now of a regional hub for the new heroin epidemic in New England. And we were catching up before we all started. And residents in Rutland are coming to Chris and saying, keep on doing what you were doing. We can feel the difference out there. There is very serious thought being given to mapping this onto the situation south of our border, which is a good thing since we so contributed to it. It'd be nice to be able to offer something in return. But in Mexico and South America, and Thomas Apt and Guillermo Cespedes are actively involved in trying to figure out how to do that. So more and more and more, it looks as if there are important issues on the ground in our institutions and the fundamental work of solving particular kinds of public safety problems where you are creating new capacity. But it goes beyond that. It goes into, as we have reflected, again, not on what has come out of our offices here at John Jay, but what we see being the implications of the work that you are doing and that we are honored to be doing with you, that there is something very much like a set of principles that is emerging particularly important in this time when the nation is looking at this burning issue of how we approach crime, how do we produce public safety, how do we not work with communities, that actually begins to offer something like a guiding set of fundamental ideas. And you have immeasurably added to the clarity and the content of that emerging picture. So the network and its partners have been some of the most important voices insisting that the country is simply locking up far too many people. So as with doctors, we believe that we should begin with the notion that first we do no harm. We know that we are doing harm out there. And at the street level, this has been transparent for a long time. One of my black friends said years ago, if you want to destroy a civilization, lock it up. And he was right. And now we know more and more and more just how true that is on the ground. And I give you again, Jeremy Travis. who with others who are here with us and who will be talking today and tomorrow, were part of the National Academy panel that has produced a seminal report on mass incarceration and its impact. It's a very large, brilliantly done piece of work, and if I can gloss its central tenet, it is that the nation has lost its way. What we are doing is just now fundamentally miscast. That same realization led to a really quite extraordinary COPS and Department of Justice, Office of Community Oriented Policing Services, Justice Department conference on race and reconciliation, co-sponsored with the National Network several years ago, held at the OJP building in Washington. Reverend Ed Copeland is one of our most primary advisors and guides on this. And you've heard already today the kind of seriousness that idea is getting. It has become, as Karol said, one of the three central planks in this marquee justice initiative for building community trust and justice. Another plank in that initiative is the notion of the implicit biases to which all of us as humans are subject, and that can produce terrifically disproportionate racial outcomes, and are guiding light both on the research and the theory and the weaving in of ideas about implicit bias into actual change in policing is Dr. Philip Atiba Goff. And sometime in the last year, my memory is going, I sat for 2 days in Washington with Dr. Phil. While, how many departments did you have there? Nearly 50 American police departments. Worked for 2 days, beginning with the conviction that their agencies suffered from problems with implicit bias, which they were committed to correcting. Not whether they had it, not whether it was real, that they had it, that it was damaging, and that they meant to do something about it. And on the second day, I stood up and said, I work every day with communities all over the country that are full of people who are convinced that police officers and police organizations are consciously, deliberately racist. And the idea that 50 of them would be in this room, brought together by the idea and the conviction that they had a problem, that they were going to figure out how to address it together, would literally be unimaginable to many people who live out in the world. But it is real, it is happening, Phil is making it happen. Phil will be here to talk about this. You've just seen on the video from Karol, from Commissioner Bratton, something that just a few years ago I would not have believed possible. And it is the frankest possible public acknowledgement of the historical reality of the way, especially minority communities in this country have been policed, the damage that that has done, and the need that we absolutely have to name it, to acknowledge it. That is what is moving directly into this notion that we are committed to and are trying to figure out how to apply in practice, that we are in a situation that needs reconciliation. That idea, of course, has also moved directly into the national initiative. And Karol alluded to this, I firmly believe that our better folks in law enforcement are the bravest people in the country when it comes to race. Nobody else in the history of the nation in a position of public visibility and public mainstream authority is saying the kinds of things that Bill Bratton is saying, that Gary McCarthy says, The FBI Director Comey is now saying, many of you, I hope, have seen his talk about this. He says, I keep on my desk the wiretap order that Bobby Kennedy, as Attorney General, signed to allow the agency I now run, the FBI, to conduct undercover surveillance on Martin Luther King. That Attorney General did that. This law enforcement agency did that work. It was wrong. It should never have happened. We are honest about that, and in public and in my agency workings, I keep this in front of me to remind me of that, so I and we can never let it go. I don't know anybody else in public life who is speaking this plainly, and I don't see any superintendents of schools anywhere around the country who are standing up and saying, we've got it wrong, we know we've got it wrong, we want utter transparency, and I'm putting body cameras on all of my teachers so anybody can look at how they're doing and tell us what they think. Only the cops are doing that, and good for you and good for them. And we're seeing a historic shift amongst conservatives. So with us is Tim Dunn. Tim? Tim is a friend and an extraordinary activist and reformer, particularly in Texas, where he has been driving statewide criminal justice reform, but also part of the broader right on crime movement, in which conservatives are figuring out that putting whole neighborhoods on lockdown is deeply and fundamentally undemocratic, and they don't like it. Right? So there is this remarkable shift happening. We wish not to do harm, we want to do good. And the first way in which we ought to do good when we can is to strengthen communities' abilities to govern and protect themselves. Healthy communities are not healthy because there's a cop on every corner and everybody's afraid of the feds. Healthy communities are healthy because their natural processes of raising families, raising kids, doing civic work, interacting with neighbors, what the scholars call collective efficacy, informal social control, social norms, do most of the work of producing public safety, and then when that's not good enough, you can call 911. We've taken collective efficacy and social norms and all those community processes as something kind of natural and historical, and they work or they don't, and when they don't work, then we call the cops. We're learning in the most fundamental way that that's not right. That we can be as deliberate about enhancing the capacity of communities to produce safety as we are about running law enforcement, running a jobs program, doing economic development, running any of the other things we think of as community interventions, that we can deliberately act in very focused ways. So with us is longtime friend and network partner, Tenny Gross. Tenny? Tenny has built his Institute for the Study and Practice of Nonviolence, which does some of the finest street outreach work in the nation, into an independent force, not entirely independent, right? He has great friends and great colleagues, but the center of gravity is not in the police department, it's not in the prisons, it's not in the courts, it's in the community. Into a model of doing this work that is being replicated in Newark and Chicago. Chattanooga, which has become one of our go-to laboratories for good ideas and innovation in this, has created something called the Community Police Response to Victims of Violence. And Paul Smith? Paul. This is really Paul's brainchild. It visits every family and victim and survivor of homicide and gun violence in Chattanooga. It says to them, this is a terrible thing that has happened to you. Let us do everything we can to prevent retaliation. Let us do everything we can to support you. We will bring everything in our power to your support in this terrible time of crisis and trauma. There's a story in Chattanooga about a young man that Paul and his people were working with. He had come out of state prison, so he was in reentry. He had a pregnant girlfriend to whom he was devoted, and he didn't make it. He was killed. And he was killed several days before his baby was born. And I think it was Deputy Chief of Police working with this citizen police response team went to the toy store, bought what I am told is a beautiful doll, went to the mother and said, I knew your baby's father. We cared about him. We tried to help him. We didn't succeed. He loved you, and he was tremendously excited that his baby was going to be born, and I am giving this to you to give her in his name. And they are telling the story all over Chattanooga, as they should. Risco. Where's Risco Mention Lewis? Risco has figured out how to catalyze what are kind of recovery communities of street offenders and their friends. It's called the Council on Thought and Action. It began under Risco's guidance in Long Island. It is now being replicated in New Orleans, in Chicago, and elsewhere. And they are actively creating mutual support and community networks dedicated both to keeping them alive and free and in the community, and to creating community networks in support of righteousness and nonviolence. It is one of the most graphic examples of which I am aware of something to which the network has been committed from the beginning, which is that communities, many of those on the outside have written off as utterly lost, are anything but. And that there are vast numbers, majorities, large majorities of people in them who do not like what is going on, who want to do better, and who want to help each other. And Risco has figured out a way to triple distill this. In Los Angeles, which has gotten not nearly as much attention as it should, and if you think about Los Angeles, crime's down, no riots, no civil distress. You look at the tracking polls, the relationship between the community and LAPD has been trending steadily up for years now. This is not an accident. I wish they were louder about what they've been doing, but we have been paying attention. Susan Lee? Susan Lee is a big part of this, and among many other things, is part of the brains behind the Watts Gang Task Force. And the Watts Gang Task Force is a formal group of law enforcement, returned citizens, ex-gang members, community people, surviving mothers, who gather together in the most practical way possible, and they are managing violence on the ground in Watts in essentially real time. And it is clearly working, and again, when you get this stuff right, nobody goes to jail, the community capacity is increased, and in almost all of these examples, you are forging new and extraordinarily healthy relationships between the community and the cops and the rest. So this is all national template material. That's not always going to work. And so we need the law, and we want the law to work because people respect it, believe it represents the will of the community, and do the right thing because they think that's the right thing to do. And as that is clear in common sense and research, it is also clear that, especially as highlighted by our national moment, we are in crisis on this dimension, possibly more greatly than anywhere else. There are things we can do about this, and with us is, I'm trying to say whether I think it's him or him and one other person, and I'm going to go with him, the leading figure on understanding the importance and the dynamics of legitimacy and procedural justice. Tom, where are you? So Tom Tyler, who always we mention bookended with our colleague Tracy Mears, who can't be with us today, worked with the Chicago Police Department to produce a workshop for serving officers. It's a one-day retreat on procedural justice. And some Chicago police officers flew to Yale, supported by the COPS office and the National Network. Where's Bruce Lipman? There. Bruce was that Chicago police officer, one of them. Went back to Chicago and wrote the most compelling one-day representation of why serious, seasoned, and often cynical working cops ought to take this stuff seriously. They do. Their own evaluations say they love it. They rate it up with, defensive driving and firearms tactics. They love this stuff. The tracking data shows it is in fact changing their attitudes on the ground. And here's a graphic example of how all of you and the network are doing exactly the work that we wanted it to do. The Chicago curriculum, and Bruce will talk about this on one of the panels. I think they're in phase 2 or 3 of this right now. But the original version of this traveled to California to our friends and partners, the California Partnership for Safe Communities, Daniela Gilbert and Vaughn Crandall. They took this, we think probably enhanced it with some additional community participation, implemented in Oakland and elsewhere, and California State Attorney General Kamala Harris looked at that and has said, we are taking this statewide in California. Any agency in California that wants this is going to be supported by the state to get it. And so what began as a notion supported by Gary McCarthy in Chicago, done on, I will tell you, the cheap by the National Network and the Justice Department, is now state policy in California, and you can't ask for better than that. So, one of the aspirations for the network was that we would learn from innovations in practice in the field and be able to move that around. And as I said a moment ago, one of our real laboratories on this has emerged as Chattanooga, Tennessee. We have learned, I think, more about setting these relationships right from Mayor Andy Burke in Chattanooga than maybe any single other place. So Mayor Burke is not with us today. The Chattanooga team is, and they will be talking about this, but I was present at the first call-in in Chattanooga, and I was present for the first call-in ever in Boston. I designed it, such as it was. I had never seen anything like this in my life. And we were sitting there in the community center. The guys were off in their holding area. They walked into the holding area. Everybody waiting for them stood up. They found their seats. We all sat down together. You could have heard a pin drop. And later on, I said, that was amazing. Where did that come from? And it turns out Paul's a former school principal. And he said, oh, that's what we do in assemblies. Okay? Works. And Andy Burke stood up, relatively recently elected, and said, I am the mayor of this city. You are my constituents, you are my public, you are my citizens. I love this city, you love this city, we love you. You are here because you are more important to me than anybody else that I serve. And that is because we have concrete reason to believe that you are the most at risk in this city of getting hurt, of going to jail, of going to prison. I get a message every time anybody in this city is shot or killed. They're the worst moments of my life. I have made this happen. And he pointed to all of the law enforcement agencies and the federal folks and the service providers and community people. He said, this is the primary initiative of my mayoralty. And everybody here is committed to keeping you alive and in the community. It was breathtaking. And many of you have been to Collins. Under the best of circumstances historically, you say to people, you can leave now, and they get up, they bolt for the doors, they can't wait to get out of there. Every single one of these guys stayed. And one of them sat and talked with the mayor. They each had a plate of pizza in their hand, and the gangbanger said, oh, excuse me, hold on, don't go away, I'm gonna go get a drink. And Andy said, well, what do you want? And the guy said, I want to go get a Coke. And Mayor Burke gave him his Coke. And I was watching, and this guy stood there looking at this thing in his hand like he had an octopus coming out of it. He couldn't believe that this was happening. And the two biggest guys in the room were another one of the call-in attendees and this ATF agent. They were 2 feet taller than I am. And they hung out together for an hour and a half, and they were still there when we were putting the chairs away, and they left together. Right? You cannot make this stuff up. And what we know about this work now, and Tom's research and others are showing this, is that remarkably, what seem like remarkably small steps in resetting those perceptions and relationships can make a huge difference. And national network partners all over the country are showing in the most concrete ways how this can be done. We want to help anybody who wants help. And we've believed that from the beginning. It was part of ceasefire back in Boston from the beginning. We offered people job training and GED programs and this and that and the other thing, and it never worked. We've known it didn't work. We've been deeply, deeply frustrated by it. You give people the number, and if 10% of the street guys call over the next couple of years, you're doing well, and most of them don't do very well in practice. They don't stick around. And in the aspiration to help people turn their lives around, almost nobody turns their life around. So over the last couple of years, this has been a network priority. This is unacceptable. We didn't know what to do about it. We decided we were going to try to figure it out. Glenn Martin. Glenn with us? Glenn will be with us. Liz Gaines, I know, is here. Now, come on, Liz. Come on. They schooled us, and Glenn is ex of the Fortune Society here in New York, recently launched something called Just Leadership USA. Liz is with the Osborne Association. They do brilliant work with returning citizens, and they have helped us figure this out, along with others like Tenny and a number of others here. But what they helped us understand, or at least the way we took it, was everybody wants people to be able to move toward work and school and middle-class life. But if at the moment that you get the invitation You can't go outside because somebody's trying to kill you. And if they weren't trying to kill you, you wouldn't go outside because you've got too many warrants on your back. And you can't apply for a job because you don't have a mailing address at which to get a return letter, and you have no ID, and there's no point in going to work anyway because you've got so many child support judgments on you that you won't keep any of your earnings. That saying to somebody, I'll put you in a 6-week job program and we will track success by whether you have sustained employment is just fundamentally miscast. And what we're now calling the big, small stuff has become the beginning of our engagement with the core guys on the street. If you know who is trying to kill you, tell us and we will stop them. If you don't have state ID, we will get it for you. If your little brother is so hungry because there's no food in the house and you're about to go hit a lick because you can't stand him crying, we will put food on the table. It makes all kinds of sense. And Deanna Hoskins? Deanna, thank you. Deanna is in charge of county reentry services in Ohio for the county that includes Cincinnati. We did not teach her this, she taught us this, but she knew this already and has discovered in Cincinnati call-ins that if you say to people, we'll get you a job, you don't get a lot of initial responses, but if you say, does anybody have trouble with warrants and identification and child support and would like help with expungement, then you get almost 100% take-up. And then the doors open, and then situations like Risco's, where you have a new community with which to work, can lead you to stability and ultimately being ready to go back to school and go to work. And we are in a fundamentally more optimistic place on this because of what you have shown us. There is always, again, going to be a place for law. And we really, really, really don't want to have to lock people up. Increasingly, we know we don't have to. Where's Chris Millett? Chris runs the Violence Reduction Initiative, which is Operation Ceasefire in Chicago. And more than anybody else in the country, Chris and then his team, also represented here, has figured out in honest, concrete, day-to-day practice how to use custom notifications to prevent retaliation, to interrupt briefs, to drive down outbreaks. Chicago has done hundreds of these now. You knock on the door, you ask the mother and the grandmother whether her son and grandson is present. They are or they aren't. Turns out, Chris is finding if they aren't, it's not such a big deal. You have the conversation with whoever is there, and he seems to get the message. You say, here's why we're here. We know what's going on. You need to understand people are talking about you at CPD and the state attorney's office and the U.S. attorney's office. We're going to explain to you, because we've looked, your individual legal liability. Chris's line, if I'm not going to hack this up, is we're giving you $15,000 of free legal advice. Pay attention. And let's talk about what we can do for you and your family. They have done hundreds of these. They are tracking them meticulously. They are overwhelmingly effective, according to our tracking data so far. And CPD and the other partners like them so much that when the Justice Department gave the Chicago Police Department an emergency infusion of funds to support violence prevention work in the city carved out a big chunk of it, gave it to Chris and his people to support custom notifications. And it is, if we heard this correctly, the first time the department has ever spent that sort of money on anything except overtime. That's how seriously they take this. Andrew Papachristos. Andy here? Andy is the somewhat incongruously looking guru of social network analysis. Andy knows more about how to tease information about who's at high risk out of otherwise innocuous data sets than you would believe possible. I have seen him get data dumps, put them on his laptop, and be able to report back about what's going on in the city in question before his plane lands back in Boston. That's when you were based outside Boston. And where do you fly when you fly to New Haven? I've never figured this out. Andrew's at Yale now. Andrew's work has shown that with the right data support and the right software, which he's figured out, you can take ordinary police data and find the several percent of people in the most dangerous neighborhood who are extraordinarily more likely than everybody else to get hurt. And it is so striking that if national homicide rate right now is about 4 per 100,000, if you're not in Andy's networks, your homicide rate is down close to 4 per 100,000. If you're in one of Andy's networks, your homicide rate can go up to 3,000 per 100,000. And now we know your name. And that means we can do all sorts of things to get you to stand down, to help you. The Manhattan DA's office is in its own way systematically tracking their frequent flyers and their most important figures. And Carrie Chacon, where's Carrie? Carrie runs, I may have just promoted you. Carrie is very senior in the Crime Strategies Unit in the Manhattan DA's office, does a lot of this tracking, and when we started talking with her office about this, said, oh, we do that. We see these guys come in. We may know them as an extraordinarily dangerous shooter. They've showed up in our system on an open container pop, but we pull them out, we talk to them, we let them know what we know about them, we let them know what their risks are, and we ask them to go home and tell their friends. And crime in Manhattan has been going down and down and down and down and down. You can sit in your office now and watch the gang beefs unfold on social media. This stuff is on Facebook, it's on Instagram, it's on Twitter. And where is Kevin O'Connor? Kevin O'Connor. Kevin runs the social media tracking operation for the Juvenile Justice Division in the New York Police Department. And when we talked to Kevin about this, Kevin said, oh, we do that. We see this stuff happening. They're identifying who they are. We know where they live. And we are going and knocking on their doors and having these conversations with them. You get this stuff right. No shots get fired. Nobody gets arrested. Nobody gets to jail. And the community knows that people with a badge and a gun want them alive and out of prison. And that's exactly what we want. There is always going to be a need for real enforcement. And we're seeing extraordinary innovations at both ends of this spectrum. There are folks around the country who have figured out how to produce the hardest hitting federal conspiracy cases. I've seen this stuff my entire career. You get one in a jurisdiction over 10 years because they're an enormous amount of work and they take 2, 3, 4 years to produce. Maurice Landreau, Alex Kalenda, Tate Chambers, where are you? Maurice and Alex have figured out and are driving this in the multi-agency gang unit in New Orleans. Tate is doing it out of his U.S. Attorney's office in Central Illinois. They will both tell you that they have figured out how to put these things on a fast track. And if you are one of the worst groups out there, if you are killing people, If you're one of those that has dozens of bodies going back dozens of years and nobody thinks you can do anything about it anymore, they have figured out how to wrap you up in 6 months. And it is changing the game out there. Where are the folks from Philly Focused Deterrence? I know Carolyn can't be here today, but I know we've got, oh, come on. Stand up. They are working the other end of this. They're a street team, they are super smart, they are super creative, and they have figured out when they finally have to take action on the ground. If they're looking at one of their groups in South Philly, that a third to a half of them are stealing both their power and their cable TV, right? They're pirating their connections. And word on the street in South Philly now is that if your group shoots somebody today, then tomorrow you're going to be sitting in the dark, the food in the refrigerator is going to be spoiling, you're going to be reading comic books by candlelight, and you can explain to your grandmother why that just happened. And deterrence theory says a little bit done predictably tomorrow is worth a whole lot done unpredictably maybe 5 years from now. And if it turns out, and it looks like maybe it is, that cutting off somebody's cable hookup is as good as a 5-year federal RICO investigation, it's funny, but it's true. Mark will tell you in his workshop this afternoon that in his scholarly language, we haven't yet found the lower bound of sanction effectiveness, which means if you do it right, we don't know how little it can be, right? And that's what we want. There's always going to be the exercise of authority. But if we can replace, huge federal mandatory minimums with 1 day in jail or a cable cutoff, that's what we want. And what you are all showing is that that is real. All right, you get the point. 6 years ago, we said, we think there's something going on here, and if we nurture it and respect it and gather its innovation and wisdom, then we aspire to having something important to offer to the nation. It has turned out that that's right. And it's not right because of what's been going on in our offices at John Jay. It is right because you have done this work in ways that none of us could have anticipated. You are learning from each other. We are learning from you. We are stealing things from you wholesale and spreading them out there. It is exactly what we wanted. And in this moment in which the nation finds itself, it's what the nation needs. There are lots of pieces of work that need to be done. There's system reform, there's legislative reform, there's advocacy. All of that is crucial. The national network's niche has been, what do we do now? And you are together and systematically answering that question. Thank you.
We will now take a 5-minute break, after which we will return to this room for our second plenary. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, we will begin plenary number 2. Yes, yes. The bright lights. New York bright lights. Absolutely.
Well, Philip is going to moderate, right? But you're also right. AC.
For just a second, give it right back.
No, that's just us four. Oh, me,
I
you.
guess so. You got a couple up there that are just right in your eyes.
From audience left to right. Perfect.
Perfect.
Yep.
I will announce you in such order. Reverend. Yeah. Excuse me.
Yep, that's perfect. And Chief, so I'll do just a little frame. Kevin, are you going to just do our names, or are you going to do the framing of the session as well?
I'm going to do an introductory framing, and then I'm going to tell a little bit about it.
Okay, and what can I ask what the framing is going to sound like?
Oh, sure. This is like very basic.
It's like a commercial. Got the two bald brothers in the middle. Beard, different levels of beardedness.
Our second plenary this morning is titled Police and Communities in Motion. This panel will discuss the cultural shifts currently taking place in law enforcement agencies and communities around the country, with an eye on developing law enforcement practices that build public trust. Several of our partners have graciously joined us for this very important discussion. We have with us this morning A.C. Roper, Chief of the Birmingham Police Department and over 30 years of law enforcement experience. The City of Birmingham is implementing the group violence intervention and was chosen as one of the 6 national initiatives for building community and trust and justice pilot sites. Ben McBride, a Bay Area-based anti-violence and social justice activist, pastor, founder of the Empower Initiative, and active member of the PICO National Network. Reverend K. Edward Copeland, pastor of the New Zion Baptist Church of Rockford, Illinois, and National Network partner in a number of capacities for almost a decade. And finally, Philip Atiba Goff, professor of social psychology, whose work focuses largely on implicit bias. He is the founder of the Center for Policing Equity at UCLA and a principal partner of the National Initiative for Building Community Trust and Justice. Please join me in welcoming our guests.
Good morning. First, I should say that as the elected or the appointed moderator of this panel, we all recognize one of the more important functions that we serve here, which is that we are between you and lunch. And so we hope both to be useful in moving the discussion forward and also to be engaging enough to distract you long enough that when lunch comes that you'll be pleasantly surprised. So some of you may be asking yourselves, what exactly does it mean to police a community in motion, and what is a community in motion? I don't know that we have to go back very far to understand what that means if we think about what happened recently in Charleston. The Reverend Goff gave the sermon this past Sunday and I'm reminded of my personal deep connection to Mother Emanuel Church, and to the connection between the tragedy, the terrorism, and the hope in that community, and the work that everybody in here is doing. So what we mean by communities in motion are communities that are moving through this formative democratic experience called America, where race has been the oft-forgotten original sin, and where we are trying to figure out the ways that we can avoid policing one community against another community, one community for the safety of another community, and begin policing citizens against our own disorder and our own faults and flaws. So it's not an accident that today we have law enforcement representing one of the iconic locations of civil rights struggle and success, and that we have men of faith. I have no idea what an academic is doing on this panel, but I suppose we'll find out. So that's what we're talking about. We are not just in the midst of a moment. You know, we've been making reference to this. This is the beginning of not just a page, but a chapter in our children's history books. And we're writing it. So that's what it means to be in motion, to be in the midst of history before it's written down and made concrete into statues. So we're going to move from history, move to the present through faith, and then I'll try and intellectualize as the academic at the end. We'll do about 10 minutes apiece, and then have a bit of conversation, hopefully open up to the rest of y'all, but if we have time before we get to lunch. Okay, and because not all of us are in the Black church, but we are all of the Black church, we may ask for a little bit of call and response during the course of this. You don't have to say amen, though some of you may feel so moved. But we're hoping for a bit of interaction. So does that sound good as a plan for y'all? Okay, thank you. And thank you for the amen. All right, so Chief Roper, to you.
Right. Let me start by saying greetings to everyone. It's an honor to be here. And let me also ask the Birmingham team to please stand. Yep. It takes teamwork, and we have a wonderful team representing the great city of Birmingham. So I'm honored to be with you today, and let me start with a quote. Birmingham is the most thoroughly segregated city in America. That's what Dr. King said in 1963, talking about our city, because their segregation was ruthlessly enforced by the Birmingham Police Department. We were the arms and legs of the most racist government in the nation. Just let that sink in a little bit. We were the arms and legs of the most racist government in America. So when you see the grainy footage, the black and white footage of hundreds and hundreds of people being brutalized in the streets of downtown Birmingham, we arrested children by the thousands. We filled the jail up with so many kids that we had to take them out to Fair Park, where the Birmingham Police Department locked kids up in the animal holding cells at the Fair Park. So a brutal, brutal history. So even today, we police under the shadow of the movement. I recognize that so fully, being a native son of Birmingham, remembering the stories that my grandmom told us as she raised 5 of us about her role in the struggle. And so it's important for us as a police department to recognize our history, because history has a way of coloring the present. And so we have to continually remind our officers of that, because we're hiring younger officers now who don't understand and don't recognize the history of the city. And so we're working through the years to develop that understanding and awareness so that they can see it through the citizens' eyes whenever there's an allegation of excessive force, and how some people, their minds go back to 1963, 1964, and what our police department stood for. I've been chief now for 7.5 years, a dream job, because when I started the police academy 30 plus years ago, I was living in one of our public housing communities right there in the city. And who would have thought that a young kid in the public housing community could one day be the chief of the city that he was born in? So I think that speaks to the promise of America, that we are a land of opportunity. But we have our challenges. And so as chief, we tried to establish a 3-legged stool, and the first leg is engage the community, because we understood that for us to be successful and work our way through the past memories of our police department, we have to build community relationships in a way that we've never done before. So we were honored, and we're still honored to be one of the 6 sites chosen by DOJ on this national initiative for building community trust and justice, as we look at implicit bias and procedural justice and racial reconciliation, because we can do so much better in those areas. Our second part of that three-legged stool is enhance the infrastructure, because we knew we need to build a better police department from the inside out. And from that, we have to concentrate on what we call our 5 pillars of success. Number 1 is people, how we hire people, how we select people. And our people have to represent the communities that we serve, so we have to have the diversity so that every member of our communities can look at our police department and see themselves. But second, once we hire good people, we have to have good training, realistic training. We have to build better officers. We have to do more with de-escalation skills and trying to de-conflict issues and be more sensitive and try to do other alternative approaches rather than arrest our way out of situations, because we really can't do that. It hasn't worked through the years. But then we have to have good policies. We're a national accredited organization. We're up for our 9th accreditation this year through CALEA. And we still have work to do there. But then the 4th pillar is supervision. Supervisors have to buy into what we're doing. And a role of leadership is making sure supervision is on board, because when supervision is not on board, the doers, the officers, the professional staff members out there doing the work can't fully buy in if their supervisors aren't buying in. So the way we select supervisors is so important. So we just scrapped our whole promotion process, just scrapped it and started over. And so we'll have our new promotions in a couple of months under this new system, because we have to promote based on the qualities and values that we're looking for. And I think that's so important. Then the 5th pillar is discipline, which simply means doing the right things and enforcing accountability. We have amazing people like you do that are out there doing heavy lifting every day. But then there's a small group that's not doing the right thing, and we can't look the other way. We've got to enforce the discipline and the accountability so that we can be a better agency in the future. And so when we put all of that together with our partnership with John Jay and the National Network, we have some momentum. We're now into the Cities United. We are a big supporter of My Brother's Keeper. We're actually hosting the Cities United Conference next year. It was in Philadelphia this year, so it'll be in Birmingham next year. So the mayor's office is really trying to lead this comprehensive approach to providing better services to our citizens. But the police department is the most visible arm of city government, and we're facing challenges. And we have to have 3 approaches to solve them, at least I think. Number 1, we've got to value our communities and the relationships. Community relations has to be purposeful. It can't just be a quote on the wall. And every officer out there is a community relations specialist, whether they realize it or not, and whether we want them to be or not. How they interact with our community goes a long way with really showing the standard of what we take as important regarding community relations. Then second, we have to lead our way through it. We've got to lead out front. We've got to model what we're looking for. And then third, we've got to embrace change. Police work is changing, and we either have to get on board or we're going to be left behind. As David Kennedy says, we're at a moment now that if we lose it, we may not ever get it back again. And I know in Birmingham, we want to seize the moment as we relentlessly pursue excellence. Thank you.
Dr. King says that love is the only cement that can hold this broken community together. And when I am commanded to love, I am commanded to restore community, to resist injustice, and to meet the needs of my brother. And I like the way Dr. West goes on and says that justice is then what love looks like in the public. In August 9th, when Michael Brown was shot in Ferguson, Missouri, it absolutely did start a new conversation and a new recognition of a conversation that many of us were aware of for a very long time. And now that the media is choosing to cover messages and to try to present a framing. It's only kind of bringing to bear, I think, what we've been carrying for a long time, which is the storied history of a disconnect between law enforcement and communities that have been impacted by a negative relationship with the police, that have been impacted by police brutality, neighborhoods that have been impacted living as under-resourced communities, high crime, and high levels of challenge. So I think oftentimes when we think about what then is the next steps forward in order to move towards healing, I actually think before we take that step forward, we actually have to take a step back to think about realizing that in our story, in order to say that we're going to get to healing means that we actually need to know what a healthy expression looks like. But our history has actually not afforded us that yet, which means that we're going to have to work towards somewhat of a mystery and somewhat of an idea that none of us have yet to actually live in. We have not actually lived into yet in the history of America a relationship where communities, particularly black and brown communities, have had a tremendously successful relationship with police departments that have not been scarred by excessive force and brutality and all different kinds of injustice. And so I think it's going to take us having a lot of courage to be able to actually work towards something that we may not have seen yet. I think in Oakland, one of the ways that we tried to begin to think about this was through an expression, a part of our ceasefire strategy called the procedural justice training, where we began to kind of create this atmosphere for our officers to have this workshop, this training, to be able to raise their capacity to, again, think about this whole conversation of how are they able to provide the kind of law enforcement that we all want and need, but equally, how do we do that in such a way that really lifts up the best about what policing really is? I think one of the things that was helpful in our space was including community presenters in that training, recognizing that the only way that people, and particularly I believe our officers, are going to be able to have a deep dive, concentrated understanding of the historical impact in communities of color is to hear from those communities. That we must actually hear from folks. Now, I do believe that, in some of the spaces that we have some folks that have manufactured rage, right? In the sense that some of the folks aren't necessarily people who have been impacted by the negative relationship between police and community, but that must not overshadow the deep, abiding despair that has gone on in many of our communities in relationship with police. And so I think one of the big questions and opportunities that popped up for us out of our procedural justice training in Oakland was, how can we begin to inject our community members to tell their stories, to actually create more conversation between police and community so that we could begin to work towards a city and a story that we all want to belong to. When I was in Ferguson, Missouri several times as a part of the PICO National Network, along with my brother Mike McBride, who's the chair of the Live Free campaign. And as we were there, I was arrested for the first time in my life while we were there in Ferguson. But it provided some great conversations that we had while I was in custody, one with my arresting officer, where I began to tell him about the story, my own personal story, that the only time I've had a gun pointed at me was by a police officer when I was 18 years old, putting myself through college in San Francisco. And in that moment, we began to have this conversation around his value, that he wanted to ensure that he was going to go home safe that night, and all officers want to ensure that they want to go home safe that night. And I lifted up a shared value that I wanted to go home safe that night as well. And the reality is that he's a trained law enforcement official. I'm not an officially trained citizen. I'm just a citizen. Somebody say amen. Amen. So and with that respect, we want to figure out how do we create a way forward. And as we, contended back and forth and had this discussion, when we got towards the end, one of the powerful things he said is, well, with what I need and with what you need, I don't have an answer. The reality is we got to come up with something different. And I said, officer, that is the whole reason why we are here in Ferguson. It's not because we believe police are bad. I volunteered hundreds of hours with the Oakland Police Department, and as I told them, if I believed officers were bad, I would not volunteer my time to spend time. We don't believe that all officers are bad. We believe we have some rogue police officers. I told them, I believe in any organization, you've got rogue individuals. I know we got some rogue preachers. because I know some of them. Amen. All right? Amen. So every institution has some rogue individuals, but we're not going to be able to get to a place of healing if we're not willing to have hard conversations, to figure out how do we actually inject our community members in places that lift up and leverage our faith institutions. As I get ready to close, the one thing you'll find pretty much in every major inner city corridor on every corner is a liquor store and a church. Right? But we've got to think about how do we begin to leverage these faith institutions, not as somewhat kind of just window dressing when it's time for us to do press conferences, but how do we actually lean into the moral leaders that are living in our community to actually be able to invest in their capacity and ensure that they're providing leadership in the work of peacemaking that needs to happen in our cities, both between communities and law enforcement and also with the expressions of violence that happen in the inner city. I think standing here and thinking on the backdrop of Charleston, which impacted many of us very greatly, I think, it's very important for us to see the kind of powerful moral leadership that came to us by looking at how faith leaders responded to that act of terrorism in Charleston. How do we begin to think about getting more community and faith leaders organized together to be able to express very powerful leadership for us in our strategies so that we're actually able to see results happen? I think, and I promise it's going to be my last statement, the preacher, we got 13
That's what preachers
finally
always
statements.
say.
But I will say this in closing, that the road towards that leads to relationship is a long road. And I think oftentimes we're looking for transactional ways to get there instead of transformative processes to explore. And I think we've got to recognize that in communities, most of them are starting off, particularly black and brown communities that have been under-resourced and underrepresented. They are starting in a place of distrust. That is factually based. Oakland had a history of police brutality. That was factually based. So they're starting in a place of distrust. I believe we have to move from the place of distrust to skepticism, from skepticism to tolerance, from tolerance to trust, and ultimately from trust to partnership. But we're not going to be able to get there overnight. One, training's not going to get us there overnight. But if we have a very courageous agreement to keep working towards this process, and for community and faith leaders, my encouragement is this: we've got to come outside of our four walls of our churches. We need to engage in relationship with our young leaders that are leading a protest movement and begin to think about how do we reduce violence, regardless as to whether it's community violence or police violence in our cities and community, that create a story that we all want to belong to.
Amen. So first of all, I want to thank whoever's responsible for allowing me to be on this panel, and I want to echo a few things that I've heard and then try to move the conversation one step forward. First of all, I think we can all agree, based on what we've heard today, that the real problem is not that we're as much divided as we are disconnected. And one of the ways that we can connect ourselves, particularly as it relates to this work, is by tapping into not just the principles that have been espoused by the National Network, but some of the tools that are already latent, some of the tools that are already inherent in any community, like the faith community, because as has already been articulated, logistically, culturally, politically, and pragmatically, there are advantages to making sure that the partnership between law enforcement and the community of faith is tight. Logistically, there's a church on every corner, and in every distressed community, there are churches there are people of faith who are active, but perhaps unnoticed because all heroes don't make the headlines. Culturally, particularly in the African American community, the church functions not just as a faith-based situation, but as the cultural center. Politically, we all know that the real powerhouse in the communities of color are the communities of faith. Hence, the regular trek from politicians to the black church when it's time to get elected. Pragmatically, there are things that the community of faith offers that fit perfectly into what is being promoted through the moral voice in all of these initiatives, things like truth, things like forgiveness, things like hope. So the issue becomes, as it relates to the moral voice component of any of the strategies that we've talked about, how can we amplify them or, if need be, modify them, but more importantly, getting to my brother's point, how ultimately can we codify them in such a way that just like law enforcement is continually working together on a daily basis thinking about these things, that somehow or another we need to have a structure put in place so that the people of faith, people of the community, the young leaders, the voices, like Glenn Martin says, the people who are closest to the problem are closest to the solution, how those voices can be brought to the fore on a consistent basis, not when it's crisis, but on a daily basis, so that we're working on this on a systematic and a comprehensive way. So Rockford, Illinois, and I'm glad to have the Chief of Police here from Rockford, Illinois, Chief Chet Epperson. We've been, over the years, been trying to work on this piece, recognizing that just like when we talk about crime, how there are a small percentage of people who are really driving the violent crime, if you think about it, when we come to peace, there's a small percentage of influencers within each community who are really driving peace. That is, those who have influence to really get things done on a positive aspect. And I think that we are trying to make some efforts to move forward in that regard by recognizing that there's a place for advocacy, larger groups that advocate for political change. There's a place for collaboration where we get together just to do some project-based work, but there ought to be a place for collective impact where, because we have a common agenda, shared measurement systems, and continuous communication, we're actually working on this on a regular basis, and we're allowing the influencers, we can't wait for everybody to get on board, but there's a tipping point that comes when you get the right amount of influencers together to really move the work forward. Last thing I'll say is that in all of this, and this is something else I've heard today and I want to sort of highlight, we can't discount the impact of small relationships. What I mean by that, we're here today from the testimony I've heard between David, President Jeremy, the police commissioner, because of some relationships. It wasn't political, it was a personal relationship. And even in Birmingham, if I read my history correct, when Eleanor Roosevelt went past the color line, there was a concert or some kind of event, and the city code divided people of color from white people, but she broached that line because of her relationship with Marian Anderson. So I would like to just highlight the fact that this network has some important work, and it's not all policy level. There's some relationships that can be developed here and that have developed that really have an exponentially greater return on investment than you would think they would have.
So we're touching our phones just to see the time, and I'm now realizing the consequences of a 5-minute break here, which is that it's about a half hour. So rather than try and transition into call and response, let me go ahead and see if I can't wrap up with this. And ironically, I'll be the academic, the most godless group of folks that there can be, and I will start with Scripture. For those of you who've seen me talk or who I've spoken to the past year, you'll know I've been studying in my life on Proverbs for the past year. And the passage I keep coming back to is Proverbs 29:18. Where there is no vision, the people perish. Now that's true, but it's also a mistranslation from the original Hebrew, which is why I've been studying it. The original Hebrew word that is translated as perish is para, which I know all of you are biblical Hebrew scholars, so you know that para means to be shaken loose. Somebody say shaken loose. And I'm reminded of this because of a series of conversations, but really one moment in a conversation with a bunch of youth leaders from Hands Up United, from Black Lives Matter, from the Dream Defenders, from a number of different places. These are all folks under the age of 25 who are really doing inspirational work, just tremendous work. And they were upset, and they made me upset by what they were upset about. In this meeting, though, they were upset about interactions with law enforcement. They were upset about their communities. They were most upset in this meeting about the fact that it was so much harder to gauge what success looked like. And they were getting nostalgic for the days when signs were on the water fountains. And I was confused and my feelings were hurt. I said, how are you upset that segregation is no longer legal? They said, well, when the signs were on the water fountains, we knew what the enemy was. The enemy was people. And I said, but the Bible says the enemy is never people, it's principles, it's principalities, right? It's institutions. I said, yeah, but when we had these kinds of goals, there was more, and I have to say it, there was more glory in the movement. We knew what the enemy was, and there was a direction for it. Right now, we're shutting down Apple stores and trying to lobby DOJ. And that's a hard thing to do. So I would argue that in the transition from a civil rights movement that we understood to the moment where we are now, we have been shaken loose. And I don't just mean that in a scriptural way. What I mean is that the tools for progress have needed to change, but they haven't changed at a pace with the progress that we've actually made. So let me take that down into my little nerd land. Center for Policing Equity over the last several years, as many of you know, has been putting together the National Justice Database. That's an attempt to solve the national embarrassment of the fact that we don't know anything on a national level with regards to police behavior. So now we've got about a third of the U.S. by population in terms of the police departments that have signed on to hand over their data, administrative data, which will include things like pedestrian stops, vehicle stops, use of force. Right? Officers that are involved in departments that are participating in the National Justice Database agree to take climate assessments, which gives us information about procedural justice, implicit bias, explicit bias, and all that kind of stuff. We protect officers' identities, so forth and so on. The point of this, though, is not to say just that an evidence-based solution is important. It's in terms of how we reframe this for a new generation coming along that has been, to a degree, shaken loose. If we imagine that there is racial prejudice in law enforcement, and everybody in this room doesn't have to imagine it, then why would we imagine that there is somehow not racial prejudice and discrimination in education, in housing, in healthcare, in employment, and every other facet of American public life? So if we see disparities in a criminal justice sphere or just in policing outcomes, how much of that is the responsibility of law enforcement? Certainly some. But how much of it is responsibility of upstream factors in housing and education and employment and healthcare? And how do we give our new leaders, our next generation, the tools to take what has been a focused conversation about the character of law enforcement and to make it a principled conversation about the character of our democracy? How do we reframe the conversation from just a matter of bad apples within blue uniforms to a conversation that is historically linked to from the signs on the water fountains to the signs they have taken off of the schools and the jobs and the hospitals? How do we give those tools so they do not despair that the signs were taken away and so that they don't have to be shaken loose? That is what I think an evidence-based approach can help to make possible. That's what this network can do, because everybody in here is using data in different ways, and that's what we can do collectively as a beloved community of folks who are using our connection to law enforcement to push the agenda. And the last part that I'll leave us with is this. In the history of civil rights struggles in this imperfect and still being created nation, when was the last time that you had the oppressor group and the oppressed sharing values and working together to move it forward? Never before have we had such a moment of good news race story at the exact same time that we have shocking, no pun intended, arrestingly bad news on the same topic. And so as we move into our lunchtime conversation, I invite you to celebrate the fact that this is not just a unique opportunity because of the historical moment, but that it's also a unique win in the space of racial justice because law enforcement is with this movement, not against it. And with that, I think we are right at about time to grab sandwich. We got about 5 minutes? No, you want to go ahead and have a conversation? What? Oh, we're going to 1. Okay. Somebody did not get the memo. So with that, what I think I will have to do is then invite, can we get folks to stand when they have their questions? Okay. okay? And I believe that Pastor Copeland is going to go ahead and do that. And I do apologize. Part of the consequences of me not getting the memo is I am scheduled to take a flight. And so I'm going to have to, in way too early, abandon this panel right now, basically. I'm going to ask Pastor Copeland to go ahead and call on the audience. And if folks, we have a microphone right there. If folks can raise their hands, I appreciate it.
Questions? David, you gonna? So you can moderate.
Thank you for this excellent panel. I think one thing, watching this debate unfold over the past year, has been one of the troubling things has been this sort of either-or narrative, that you sort of either you care about police reform or you care about violence in the community. And if you raise one, the other side instantly thinks that you're trying to change the subject and deflect. And part of that is that some people actually have been doing it, and it's been extremely unhelpful. How do we broaden? Well, first, do you think that sort of powerful hashtag Black Lives Matter should incorporate all of the issues that the National Network is focused on? And if so, how do we start changing that narrative?
Well, I'll answer the last question first and then double back around. We're in relationship with the Black Lives Matter folks, and, we had some other clergy folks that were saying, well, Black Lives Matter needs to mean such and such. And our answer was, it should mean whatever it is they meant it to mean when they put it together. I do think we suffer, throughout the country in this narrative around an either-or context, and I think for that, it's incredibly important to have people that have the relationship that the pastor was talking about through the whole continuum. So from law enforcement to folks that are very conservative in their approach and thought process, all the way along continuum of folks who might be very liberal and have a very different kind of conversation, and find ways that we might not always agree equally around what's happening, but how do we continue to have ways to talk to one another and find ways to pass information that's helpful up and down the pipeline. Quick example is we had an event in Oakland where we had Dream Defenders there from Florida, folks that organized around Trayvon Martin. We had Hands Up United, folks that we met when we were in Ferguson. We had Oscar Grant's mother, which is a part of our Oakland story, all on a panel. But I also involved Captain Armstrong from the Oakland Police Department, who I'm in relationship with, who we do the procedural justice work together. He sat on the panel where one of the leaders said on the microphone, I believe we don't need to have any police departments at all. We need to disband them all. And 500 people clapped. And then I gave the mic to LeBron because he was next. He got the microphone, and rather than getting frustrated, and rather than, he told his story about calling the police and why he feels called to police and why he cares, and when he sees these images, why it breaks his heart, and why it continues to remind him how, Oakland Police Department wants to figure out how to continue to do a better job, so on and so forth. When people left that meeting, they were talking more about LeBron's conversation and testimony than the images of people being killed on the screen. I think we can do it, but I don't think we're going to be able to talk it through. We've got to actually demonstrate it, find ways to have shared sessions, share conversations, and build real relationship with one another.
So if I may, David was going to come down to Orlando, I forgot when that was, not long ago, because I'm part of a group called the Gospel Coalition, which is fairly a conservative collection of Christian networks. So we had Rob Lang and I think the police chief from Sanford, Florida, Cecil Smith, and a few others, for the very purpose of trying to do what my brother just said, is model in a panel how you can have the actual discussion without getting caught in these binary sort of eddies. So when you start talking about crime, then somebody's going to bring up black on black crime. When you start talking about this, somebody's going to talk about that, and all these types of things. So I was able to rely on some training that I received, if I'm not mistaken, at one of these national network situations as it relates to starting out any conversation with shared values. There's certain things that nobody disagrees about. We've had to even employ this as recently as in, I think it was January or earlier this year, where the chief of police, the mayor, and myself held a joint press conference because of some violence that erupted in our community that was very divisive and was bringing up some heated emotions, but we were able to stand there and starting with the shared value that everyone wants to be safe. Everyone wants their children safe. We were able to just logically sort of walk through some things that everybody could agree on. Now, how that happens nationally, I don't know, but I do know and I do agree with what has just been said, that we can't discount the value of relationships, the relationships that we might have personally with people across the political spectrum, the relationships we might have with people who have platforms that we would never be able invited to speak on, and the relationships we have with influencers who don't ever make the headlines, but they are helping to shape the ethos of a particular community or a particular aspect of our national debate.
I'm of the mindset that people have to feel that they can touch the police department because we are their police department. It's not Chief A.C. Roper's police department. The police department belongs to the citizens of the city of Birmingham. And so we have to be purposeful in how we give them those opportunities and open our doors to them because we are for the most part, we have been a closed society. We've went into communities and we've tried to tell them what was best for them. And when you look back now, we know that that was not the right thing to do. And so we're looking for ways on a local level to open those doors. And our faith community is some of our biggest partners. Every month I have the honor of walking through neighborhoods with members of our faith community on what we call monthly prayer walks. So Saturday morning, we were in one of our toughest public housing communities, and it's amazing how people run out the doors. They bring their kids out because they want to take a picture with the chief. And so it's just great. And this one little thing happened Saturday where this mother, her little son was on the porch. He's 6 years old. And Mama said, "There's Chief A.C. Roper." And so I go over to talk, and I have to go over there and talk because I love talking to kids and people. And so Mama says he wants to be a police officer. And I asked him, I said, "How are you doing in school?" He said, "I make great grades." And so I said, "Mama, can I give him a gift?" And she said, "Go ahead." So I had to give him a gift out of my pocket for that. And then I got his phone number, and I told her I'll be checking on him. I'll be mentoring him. It's going to be a great relationship because I don't have a son at home, but I just found one Saturday morning. He's 6 years old. He's 6 years old. And so we need more of that, but it can't just be from the chief. We need that up and down the entire organization and across the width of the organization. And how do we codify that and make that a part of how we're doing business? We just looked at our school stats, and our arrest numbers are down almost 50% for the last school year. We're excited about that. But as I shared with the staff, I want them down even more the next school year because kids can't learn when the officers are arresting them and taking them out of school. And so it's been a partnership with our school system because we need them to be the first line of response, not the school resource officer. We need the teachers and the school administration to be the ones that's going to first address that need. And so how do we take that from a local level to a national discussion? Having a relationship with our strongest detractors, the ones who talk against us the most, I think is important. And it's challenging to go into that room and sit down with people who you know are going to criticize you. But it takes backbone, and that's what leaders do. And so, as I shared with the leader of our Black Lives Matter organization, there's so much that we agree on. We agree on a lot of stuff. We both agree that Black Lives Matter. My 19-year-old brother was murdered in Birmingham. My wife's 27-year-old brother was murdered in Birmingham. So we have walked the walk. We know Black lives should matter. But how can we now, you work with me and I worked with you. so that these mothers don't have to get so many phone calls about their sons being killed in the streets of Birmingham. And so we've got to find those areas where we agree on, and let's build trust there. Because there are some things we may not ever agree on, but there's so much that we agree on that if we can build progress right there, then we can build a relationship that can help us in some of those other areas.
Hi, I'm Charles Hardwick. I'm from Chicago, and I run a reentry program that's supported by the Illinois Department of Corrections. So I really just wanted to make a few statements. One of the statements is that we talk about liquor stores and churches on every block. The difference is the liquor store is open 7 days a week. The church is only open on Sunday.
Yes, sir.
We talk about how do we turn our hoods back into neighborhoods. And I just want to say, intelligent, black, smart people, come back home.
Okay, the focus of this, according to this, is about how things have been changing. Chief Roper, you made a statement going back 52 years ago, and what Dr. Martin Luther King stated. And over those 52 years, we're talking about, I just want to ask, particularly in your opinion, Chief, has there been any changes that's been going on in America, or from your perspective, even in Birmingham? Have there been changes that's been going on until just the past couple of years? The last couple of years, we've seen incredible chaos, tragedies, events of notoriety that have brought issues to the forefront. And I hate that those issues have happened to bring, or those events have happened. But the issues have come forth a lot more rapid because of them. But what has been going on to this point? In your observation, have there been changes that were in motion that were good? And if not, what have we been doing wrong until we have now had these issues to, I guess, be thrown right in our face?
What a powerful question. I will start by saying there's two types of change. There's evolutionary change, which takes time, it's very slow, and there's revolutionary change, which is quick and sudden. And I think we've been in the midst of some evolutionary change, but the tensions and the friction and these brutal incidents that we've seen over the last couple of years has quickened the pace of change. In Birmingham, we asked for body cameras before the Ferguson incident. And of course, we got the funding for phase one because no city government official was going to stand up and say, we can't find the money. And so they found the funding. So we have over 300 cameras out there now. It's the largest rollout of body cameras in the state of Alabama, and we still have more work to do there. But friction has increased the pace, and I think social media has increased the pace of the change because now we really do have the power of one. So any person with a phone can now take the video, upload it within a minute, and it's out there for the world to see. So I think those types of things have really forced a lot of law enforcement agencies to be more responsive. It's unfortunate to say that the only person who likes change is a wet baby. Very few other people like change. And one thing about police officers, and I've been one for 30 plus years now, we don't like the way things are and we don't like change. And some of this change is being forced by external factors, and that's okay. But the goal is to get down the road and get to a spot where we're providing the quality of services that our communities need, especially our most challenged communities. So no matter how we get there, whether it's willingly or unwillingly, because if we don't protect our profession and do a better job of changing someone would change it for us. And so I think it's good that we have so many chiefs now that are standing up and saying there's a better way of providing police services.
Hello, I'm Jay Gilmer from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And the question is, have any of you found some good ways to discuss discretion in policing with community forums in ways that can be constructive? There's a constructive discussion on discretion in policing.
Well, I just to say again, we'll lift up, I think the procedural justice training really revisits a lot of the cores of policing that really help to address, I think, the issue of discretion in the sense of causing police officers and departments to begin to think about how do we really determine probable cause? How do we also realize that there is an existing story that's going on in the lives of the people that we police? And so when we show up at their door, recognizing that just myself, the officer in a uniform, is not the only person showing up at the door, but the history of policing in America could potentially be showing up at the door of that person as well. And how can officers have discretion in recognition of that history and of that reality to ensure that they actually provide for the people in the community a kind of a measured policing that keeps in mind that this person might be dealing with a high degree of post-traumatic stress disorder because of the kind of experience that they've had, and how can I ensure that I'm leaning back a little bit and using some discretion, keeping in mind the story, potential story of the person that I'm policing, and then being able to have some interaction based on that. We had a few officers out of the procedural justice training that we were doing in Oakland say that after going through the training, when they began to re-engage with the community, doing their jobs, it gave them an opportunity to think a little bit differently. Even at the protest, I was at the protest line in my collar, and several of the officers stepped forward and said, being here and having had that training gave me different things to think about while I was standing here on the protest line. And so I started playing the things that you were saying in the training while I was here, and it just gave me a different way to interact.
So did I understand your question correctly? You were asking how it can be explained to the public? Okay, so in addition to what he just said, both the public as well as the law enforcement community need to recognize not only, what did you say, post-traumatic stress, but this whole concept of vicarious trauma, how it didn't have to happen to me. I was at the barbershop, I heard what happened to my cousin. I go to church, and I heard what happened to Sister Susie's son, and that deeply affects me. So in my opinion, every community needs to have some translators. That is to say, people in the community who are not part of law enforcement, but who understand enough about procedural justice, enough about how things actually work, that it doesn't really work like CSI or what you see on TV. The crime isn't going to be solved in 48 minutes. When you have enough people of influence like that who can help to translate in the community, I think that's what makes the difference. And every community does have those translators. You have to find them. And I'd like to tie that back into what was said earlier. While it is true that every community has on every corner, or distressed communities might have on every corner a church and a liquor store or whatever, but the churches aren't open 24 hours a day. That is true, but there are influencers in every community. In some churches, not every church has influence, but there are influencers and there are translators who are waiting for somebody to invite them so that they can help you to do what you're trying to do because it's in their best interest and you share the same values as it relates to safety in the community.
Let me take a shot at tying some of this together. And also, Phil's last remark turns out being the panel between you and lunch is not nearly as significant as being the panel between you and the airport. So I respect that. But Phil's last comment was, when have we been in a situation in which the protesters and those against whom they are protesting agree on so much? And we are finding something like that all over the country. Right? You could not have gone to Lester Maddox and say, you should stop doing what you're doing, it's hurting the black community, because he would have said, yeah, that's the point, right? That's what I'm in it for.
Whereas, you know, you've heard a bunch of people today say, we know we're doing this wrong, we're looking for ways to do different. That's a very different situation. And it's because I know you and what you're doing, it's without putting words in your mouth, you know, that is a place in which you find yourself. You are committed to change. And in many of our communities, we have Pastor McBride and the Reverend Copeland who are deeply committed to change, but are not in the camp that wishes the police to go away forever. They see a need for the police, they want a different kind of policing, they're willing to work with. Their analysis and experience does not presume hatred and racism. It can presume, for example, bad use of discretion. Right, in my city, when there were 800,000 street stops a year, it wasn't because individual NYPD officers were racist. It was because their hierarchy had told them to do that. And when their hierarchy told them something else, they did something else. But it leaves us in a place in many cities that I'm going to describe as follows, and then you can see whether this makes sense and how you are all working it. But there's leadership in the police department that is committed to change and is in fact way out ahead of its own rank and file. And there's a lot of leadership in the community that is committed to change, but has at least a different understanding of the situation than many other people in the community, and see systems and error and discretion rather than racism and malevolence. And those leaders find themselves in a position of really not so much disagreeing with each other as much as they disagree with their own. And what you're all trying to do is to move your own community to where you are in a constructive, workable way. So that may or may not be right, but is there anything there? And if there is, how are you managing those dynamics?
I just want to push back real quickly, just a little bit, because I know we're all leaning into we're all starting to have this wonderful kumbaya moment, and it's wonderful. I love it, but I still think that we have to lift up that we still do have the existence of, at minimum, racial anxiety in some of our departments, and that there are still people that lean into racist ideologies that find themselves into some of these departments. Now, I think all of us that work on this know that it's not the case for the majority of police officers, and I think, so I think we got to work towards that, but I just think we got to be careful where the whole conversation doesn't become about discretion, and that's the only reason things are happening, but that we still do have, an ideology that doesn't just exist in policing, but, is happening throughout the stretch of broader society, and it's still something I think we need to work against.
So if I understood your statement correctly, law enforcement leadership in several different venues is ahead of rank and file on these matters, and actually some community leaders are ahead of their constituency as it relates to viewing this comprehensively.
Does that feel right to you?
It does, in one sense, and the issue is how do you broaden that circle? How can you push the center out a little bit further so it's inappropriate? The things that he just described can no longer find a hiding place.
Right.
They're not allowed. And on the other fringe, just bashing law enforcement just to be bashing law enforcement because you're mad about something else can't be allowed as well. So I think that part of expanding that circle is this idea of some type of continuous exposure that is not based on crisis. Because if the only time that we're engaging one another is at crisis, then, adrenaline, the default biases and all manner of other things come into play, whereas if we can see one another in different aspects, so on a simple, small level, just for example, in a couple of weeks, there's going to be a police youth safety camp at the church. Police officers in our local community came up with this themselves. I don't even think it came down from the top. They basically said, hey, we'll have a camp, we'll do some athletics, we'll do some this, we'll do some that. Basically, it's a day camp for the kids,
But what it has done is it's given the kids an opportunity to see cops when they're not coming to arrest somebody. And it gives the cops an opportunity to see kids who aren't doing anything other than being kids. And so if there's a way that we can scale up those types of exposures, I don't know how you do that, but I'm just saying there has to be some type of structural way that the circle can be expanded, because we're actually engaging one another when there's no business to transact, and we can just be human as opposed to whatever it is we title ourselves.
Let me say I totally concur with the fact that we have to engage before the crisis, because the equivalent would be trying to build a roof in the storm. You got to build it before the storm and establish those relationships prior. But I think in law enforcement, when we really look at the spectrum, we have to evolve and embrace. When I mentioned the evolutionary change, there are some things we have to evolve in with our training, with the way we operate, and there are some things we have to embrace. The new technologies, the way we operate in a crisis. So I don't know if it's in my bio, but I've been in the military for 30 plus years, and this over-militarization of police work, things that have just evolved over the years. And I think some departments would like to change, but they're not sure how to change. And that's where the National Network is a great help for us in showing us ways that we can be more effective and more efficient in the way we address our communities, the way we try to reduce crime and restore public order and all that stuff. And so I think we're on the right track. So many of us are on the right track, but it's going to take some time, some heavy lifting, it's going to take some work, it's going to take some criticism, but we've just got to commit ourselves to stay in the fight.
Thanks. Can I add one other thing that I think we underestimate a lot, and it was brought up earlier, and if this issue is expanding this circle of understanding so that we have more room to debate and dialogue about those things that are really out of sync, or celebrate those things that are really doing well. We have to do a better job locally as well as regionally, however you want to look at it, in managing the media, because that's what's helping to frame, that's what's coloring a lot of the conversations, and why we can't talk like we need to talk, because if you watch MSNBC and I watch Fox,
we're in trouble.
We're in trouble. You see what I'm saying? We'll never really be able to have a productive conversation. But if we can find ways to really, I think we have to be more proactive. When I say we, I'm talking about the network, people who are here, have to be more proactive in finding ways to calling out the media when they go over the line as it relates to dealing with untruths or coloring the way the narrative is to their satisfaction as opposed to what's going to bring progress. And we have to challenge one another as it relates to our intake of media. Where are you getting your information from, and is that information accurate?
We've got time for probably one more question. Anybody? I'm going to take one more, if there is one more. Phil appears to be right about this whole lunch thing. Can we thank the panelists? Thank you.
The next round of panels will begin at 2 p.m. Now, we invite all guests to join us in the student dining hall on the second floor for lunch.